Welcome back to another session, guys. We are on episode 109. It's a great day to be alive and well, and hopefully finishing off my foundations so I can get on to the next opportunity, the rest of these fellas. We do not have a William yet, but he will be here shortly, I'm sure. Otherwise, I'll be very disappointed for him not giving us a heads up that he wasn't going to be in today. Okay, starting off. I need to decide my Tao vessel. My Tao vessel has been a topic for myself over the last couple weeks, trying to decide if I want to be more sword focused or do I want to be more of uh, something Lara has kind of imprinted on with being a tea set, doing the pot first and then maybe getting some cups to fill in or pour the Tao into those cups. Um, the sheath seems like a good idea. It seems like a great way to hold sword Tao, or just that in general, or to protect um, what my sword is. But I feel like what resonates most with Lar is the tea set. So today, Lar will sit down. He will partake in the clay in a isolation chamber, and then form his vessel in the clay, making a teapot.
Right. Clay teapot it is.
Teapot it is. I feel like I could have done a lot of things with the short sheath, and maybe that would have been the right call for Path of the Sword stuff. But I think I think it's good, and honestly, my path of my truth is should be confident, and it should be I should be able to reaffirm myself that this was the right choice because it is my path and it is my truth. I don't need to make the best possible outcome for a sword. I can view it in a different light, I suppose. Okay, so the next thing we need to do is I will spend my downtime. I've already said that I'm making recreations of the 3 pills, and I'll be taking the 3. I have blood, so I have to take one of those. I have tendons and muscles. So take a downtime. They're low grade, so I'm pretty sure it's just a scene for each, and consume those. Put them on my character sheet. The last one that I need to finish up is influence reinforcements. I only need to get to 6 to 10. And I originally was going to do key, especially since, like, even in the later aspects of the book, it talks about being able to utilize your Dao resources. In other words, key, qigong, machine, and chi.
Tell me more.
So, like, I feel like those are definitely things I can dive deeper into, and I know research is something I could utilize to get those. Um, Last time I tried doing some research in it, I didn't really get very far. So yeah. All right, that's the intro. At least we got a little bit done. Just need to finish this last spiritual influence refinement. And one of the other ways I could do it is through DAO discussions, and those are things that we talked about last time. But I got fellowship reinforcements instead when I was doing that.
You can change the way you approach DAO discussions.
Right.
Like, you could use DAO discussions for 2 sites of training.
Right. One for fellowship, obviously, and the other one for influence.
It's just the types of questions.
Right. So
If we
I
needed
feel
willpower, we might have been able to do willpower too by talking about dangerous subjects.
yeah.
No, actually, DAO discussions would be just fellowship and influence.
Oh,
Gotcha.
okay. But the willpower reinforcement has a lot to do with the DAO discussions too.
It can, but there's easier ways to train your willpower.
Yeah, and also
And safer.
Safer for sure, because like the aspects of willpower, wasn't that also just like the very end secret? Isn't that what that was? The secret was you may ignore the effects of one penalty of losing a DAO battle. So I feel like DAO battles would be more for willpower compared to DAO discussions. But anyway, okay. How to approach it? So I could do this. I could go back and do the same thing. But I just feel like I have these resources and I should utilize them in a way. I can also go back and look how Chun Po solved his problem. He went through the book, and the book gave him a lot of different ways to do it. But I mean, I have a solution. I just need to say I'm going to do it. Okay. Well, how about I go back into the card, and I will go back to the research station of what they, they're doing their DAO discussions in. And instead of going through the logs and all the recordings and the different aspects that they've done so far, um, I will be, I'll just be into the location and I'll have them come to me and do DAO discussions instead of just going. I'll go through that approach, so I'll be more hands-on with it and kind of accumulating the influence that way. That seems fair. Okay, so I go in and I set myself up and I have my core start sending in people that would like to have DAO discussions with me. And as this is starting, I will do a 5-step. So just scroll down for a sec. My technique is the influence itself from the book training. Like I've already know what I need to do. I guess the technique also is the DAO discussion. Um, the visualization I have here is all the different energies of the DAO from people's discussions, how they come in and everyone has their own path. They present their arguments, but it's also an affinity attached to it. It is their Tao they would like to discuss, or they're influencing from themselves, and being able to interact with that influence is a sort of conflict, which should to Lar generate different actions of opportunity. And then as I internalize that and I digest the energies, my first point is that these energies are broken down into their purest form. So as I digest their Tao that they're trying to present to me, I break it down, and I use this in my actualization, the expression, to form the catalysts for my influence, to expand upon myself from what they present, to learn and to experience from the people of my card. And then my Tao punctuation is something a little simple. Even through the failures of a discussion, of the DAOs that break down, I still succeed in forming the catalysts for my refinement. And I'll go through and accept people come in, have the discussions, talk about different things, and experience.
Well, just like I said with the others, it's a catalyst per DTA.
Okay.
Just remember that the point of gaining influence is that you have to be at disadvantage, and basically you're trying to win an argument that's almost unwinnable, and basically through the repeated losing
Mhm.
and trying to take your Tao and use it anyway, it creates hairline fractures in your Tao, which are easy to recover from. And that's how you trade.
Okay. Well, /R 6 plus 7 plus 8 plus 9 plus
It's
10.
55.
No, it's not. It's 40.
I mean, 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4.
I only need 6 to 10, Matt, is the reason why.
Well, there you go.
So
Otherwise, it would be 55.
Exactly, I agree. So I will spend those 40 downtime actions, and then I will spend the time after that going to the training hall and going through the book and finishing that off. Liron, can I have a spotlight?
You want a spotlight?
I'd love
Yeah,
a
sure.
spotlight to increase my time training.
I will spot you a light.
I appreciate that.
What? What is? Okay. Thank you. All right. Cool.
So, Lar, I don't need to get as much as before.
Whoever's up there, put Leon. If she wants her bingo back, she has to watch.
I hope I apologize for not quite being here on time.
Tisk, tisk, tisk.
So 6,000, 7,000, 8,000. There's probably another. So yeah, 40,000. And then equals sum of 40,000 times 0.75. No, let's just divide it by. Yeah, times 0.75 is. Yeah, so that. And so I need. Okay. And with that, I am done.
Done with reinforcements or caught up?
Done with my reinforcements. And that took 16 days.
How long does it take for you to ingest your pills in total?
I don't have enough time. You're talking about my
key.
my key kills? No. That was I think 2 sessions ago. I already made that call because I can reduce them in the training hall down to a month. So anything above a month would be fine. But like the fact they already take a month and I need to do them all at once, I don't have enough time. I would miss the opportunity.
This time around,
All right, I will copy paste what is in chat already.
Good. Unless you want me to do it, I can do it.
No, it's fine. What's the difference between 9 and 10 is the question. I'm pretty sure it's just no increase from previous tier. Grants a Dow firmament, though. That's the... Oh, never mind. So we're going to get 5 Dow firmaments, pretty much, from going from 6 to 10, if I'm reading that correctly.
I don't think I added those.
We get the plus 5% Gestalt.
Wait, we get 5% Gestalt?
From the last one, not from every previous.
Got my tough firmament.
0.5%, not 5. I guess.
Oh, 0. Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
like, my math is way wrong, man.
Yeah.
I think I would have seen that.
Yeah, right. And
Why that seems a lot more
yeah.
what I was remembering. And I
Okay, I
did
think
put
the
the
biggest...
firmaments in. It looks like.
Yeah, oh, good. Yeah, I think the biggest difference then is just the plus 0.5% Gestalt, and you can still apply attacks, use Dao energy resource, Qi, Qigong, Shi, etc., and add the soul rending quality. Okay, well, copy paste. Okay. So that also means I have 396 in my swiftness threshold. I have 95 in my mind. I have 125 in my might. And 1,000. Oh, no. That's actually more. $1,310 in my spirit. Let's look at thresholds. So I'm 25 away from getting tier 2. But I just did get tier 1. I will take those limit breaks. I now have access to form. I get a narrative point 2, as we discussed before. And then I get a fate point. And for mind, same sort of thing. I get a limit break for intelligence, fellowship, agility, and ballistic skill. I gain knowing, another 2 narrative points, and another fate point. So I get to add 2 fate points to my pool. I can up to 13, but I still am currently capped at my 29 willpowers bonus, so I can't go anything above that right now. But the narrative points are nice. Let's make that 14 now. I am 5, well, I guess 4 points away from getting tier 4 swiftness. Maybe have that for the next opportunity. Influence 10, fellowship 10. All right, I think I'm ready for the hand mark. I kind of wanted to go through the training dummies first. Yeah, I think I'll finish off the training. You guys still here?
Thank you.
Yes.
Mhm.
Good. Yeah, I think I'm going to do 6 to 10 for the training dummies today.
Okay.
My form's good. I have my foundations are there. My sword power is pretty high. My shepherd technique that I have is pretty good. Yeah, I guess the question is, Matt, what's holding me back when I go against the training dummies in my sword vault now?
Sheer sword skill, but you have plenty.
Yeah.
And you have a ton of sword power. And these
Yeah.
are the most basic ones. So roll me 5d100. If you roll a 100, you slip up because you're not used to the new stats. Oh my gosh! Wow, I know 100s. You're fast or faster, stronger or stronger. Like you have all the stats you need.
Yeah.
And you have sword power, which is what is required to go through all the dummies.
Yep. I think there's only one thing I'm missing, and it's the same sort of technique from the because like I have sword power techniques, but like the one with fencing and the combination things. I think that's the only thing I really didn't do so far.
You don't need them for these.
Yeah. Okay. So what did we get last time? Let's take a gander. How long have I been so far, too? Been 25 minutes. I guess we can keep going. When Vicarious took the weapon skill reinforcement book, the Gestalt one out of the 10th, did he replace it with anything, or did you just take it?
Oh, the minor resources, the sword crystals are replaced.
I just meant like, so the training dummies had
Yeah.
prizes at the end, right? And the 10th one's prize was the reinforcement weapon skill reinforcement Gestalt book.
Yeah.
Did Vicarious replace it with anything?
No.
Okay, you just took it. Gotcha. Okay then. So I guess we just need 6 to 9. What resources those gave?
Yeah, just let me know which ones you 629. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think there was anything else besides the reinforcement book. And Vicarious was like, doesn't make sense that there's. Why would you get this at the end? So he took it.
You need it.
I'm gonna call it a sword dummy.
Sure.
Not spelled. Oh, that's not right. It's supposed to be 8. What
That's
am I
what I
doing? I can't count. What happened?
Nice. All right.
That's the plan.
So next, I got these 2 months out of the way. Is Eclipse still doing stuff with our Sword Elder?
No. I mean, if you follow the timeline, it only took them a month.
Yeah, I
And
figured as much.
It was the month after Liron got done.
Yep.
So if you just follow the timeline.
Perfect. Okay. So I'm gonna go up to Eclipse and be like, I have my foundations all finished up.
So what now,
Yes.
kid?
Well, you said that you'd give me some advice, I suppose, when I went to do my Dow mark for the hands I was going to pick in my vaults. Can we do that now?
You can if you'd like.
Well, I think I'm ready. My foundations are set.
I guess you have
Now,
to start sometime,
yeah,
ready or not.
ready or not.
Now,
Okay.
do note going in, part of being ready also means being prepared.
Should I have a bunch of sword enlightenment ready to go for this?
Among other things. If you want to learn on the cosmic road from a teacher
Mhm.
and actually learn something good, you should have a mountain of resources at the ready.
Right.
I'm talking like wealth factors of like stuff, and not just any wealth factors. You're going to need sword nurturing crystals, especially if you're learning sword stuff. You're going to need a series of swords that you can afford to break.
Right.
You're going to need several swords you can't afford to break, but probably will. And so on and so on. A lot of stuff.
That's fair.
But you have it. That's the funny part.
Yes. Yes, I do.
All right. So we can do this one of two ways.
Mhm.
We can do it in my realm, and then you would have to risk linking your treasure vault to my realm, or we go do it in your treasure vault. Both are equal risk. Unless you want to go into the treasure realm first and pull what you think you need.
Right.
Beforehand. Both are not, all three are not great options. But that too is the cosmic road. Sometimes all you have are bad options, and you have to weigh the consequences.
I think I'll pick the second option, doing it in the vault.
Sword vault?
Yes.
Okay. You go into the sword vault with him.
Yeah, I do.
Kind of looks around. Well, shit. It's pretty good. There's a flaw though,
For sure.
and it's not about what teachings and the good stuff are. Now that I got a good look inside, you're gonna run out of resources right around, let's say, Sword Emperor level. So the only way you can like prevent this is to constantly accrue more material and more resources as you go. And be really smart about how you use it, because you've got everything you need. You even have a sword constellation, which may not be for you considering its properties, but it imbues this place with so much energy. It's almost like a battery and a defense system.
Mhm.
Pretty nice. Technically, you could also use that as a foci of an array if you ever want to protect something. Absolutely. Yeah. Usually, you'll have to build your own constellation, considering that each sword in the constellation has to be tied to your Tao.
Right.
So you're also missing a lot of cosmic materials, but maybe that's fate. You have everything you need for the sword, but you're lacking a lot of essential for cultivation materials like crystals and all that. And your sword nurturing crystals are unfortunately really pitiful. Hey, Sword Guardian. Go to the crystal vault. You're not in command here. Do you really want to do this? You're not
Swordkeeper.
in command here.
Swordkeeper, can we go to the crystal vault, please?
Yes, come on. With the whole room swivel pebbles.
Yep.
And you get to a kind of cavernous chamber. It's a huge warehouse, like an IKEA-sized
Yep.
warehouse, filled with boxes, densely packed with sword nurturing crystals and other materials. And he kind of strolls through it, going, "Yeah, you got a lot. That's decent." When you get to the further in, boxes start to dwindle quickly.
Yeah.
And by the time you get to like penultimate grade, there's like one box, and kind of toes it with a boot. Yeah, that's not good. You're gonna need a lot of these, but that's okay. Lacking crystals is something you can get. It's again, penultimate grade and higher are not easy to get, but it's not impossible to get. I think that should
Right.
be the distinction. The stuff that you have, as he kind of points at your down marks, those are hard to get. Sometimes impossible.
Yeah. Which is where most of the value is, I suppose, especially with the bones, right? So
Mm-hmm.
spirit bones.
Okay, so if you could have the Sword Keeper take us to the most durable training room you got.
Of course.
Yeah. And as you look away, go ahead and roll me a luck test, die size of your choice,
Mhm.
and pick a lucky range of numbers for D 10,000s or higher. So for D100 or D1000, pick a lucky number.
Yeah.
For 10,000 or higher, pick a range of lucky numbers. Smaller the range, the better the result. Wider the
Okay.
range, You have an infinity matrix. This is the fucking moment.
Oh, really? Is it?
Yeah, because you get to pick the die result, and I'm giving you the chance to pick the die size.
I think we have
And
an
it's a luck
infinity
test.
matrix, right?
I do
Or
have
do
an
you have
Infinity
one?
Matrix. Yeah.
Oh, let's go. A D100 million, which you can't roll. I don't think. Actually, you probably can.
You still get to roll it before you use matrix.
How big of a die are you willing to?
Just keep it around the 100 million. Yeah, that's the highest die.
Nice die. Okay.
I have questions for at what range, like how you said range size, smaller range size, better results, but when we're at hundreds of, well,
Yeah.
yeah.
Basically, I want between 19 and 20 million range. That's my range.
Hmm.
Or you can compact it to like, hey, I want
I
the
want
range.
7.
Yeah, I want 7.
Matt
The more
trying to make me
7s
use
rolled, the
my
better.
1,
Is that
2, 3, 4,
a single
5,
7
6.
is exactly the number though? But is 7 sevens better than 1 7 in that case?
That will probably be something that I have no fucking clue.
77,700,070. Fucking all those.
It probably will depend on your DAO because a luck test determines that the best result is a 7 in that case, besides a 1. But if your DAO's like, nah, the more 7s the better, then the more 7s the better, regardless of what the luck test says. All right, Johnny, have you figured out how many zeros you need?
Well, so there's 1,000. There's 1,000,000. There's 1,000,000,000. Trillion
Hun-
is my number. 1, 2, 3. And we're hoping for a 3 here. Okay.
Oh
Okay.
darn.
So 6.4 million is pretty good actually in the grand scheme of things. But we're going to use a fate point. And
Roll lower.
because it's a fate point, we're going to roll lower. If no, actually, that's a good question, Matt. Because it's not a D100, and you had in your rulings for in the change log, fate points can only reroll a die that's not a D100 benefit that must roll better. So that's fine. So we're going to use a fate point.
Well, hold on. It did say let's max out
100
at
million
100
range.
million.
Oh, okay. A trillion
Let's
was
try again.
okay.
Can your character even handle a trillion?
Probably not.
You got so lucky. You exploded.
So
That can happen in this game.
Yep.
1, 2, 3.
And then you start the game as a regressor, or a
There's a number. High range, very
that is a
close.
very high range.
That's
Damn.
very close
Yeah.
to the max.
So we're going to use a fate point here and reroll because we're still hoping for a 3. Okay, we're going to use twin fate and see if we get a 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 5.
There was a
That
3 in
would've
the third position, though. That's for sure.
That would have been hilarious, but it's just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Or 5,
Yeah.
6, 7.
1.2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, it is a 4 and then a 6 and 5. Yeah. Okay. Do I care enough to use my infinity matrix here?
There's a 3 in the third position, which is not bad, probably, but it is not
You
a
will
3.
we'll have the opportunity to get more in the game as a note.
Yeah.
Well, I have a research to make more.
Shoo.
You know what? I mean, that'd be really nice. I mean, I could have just also done a. I should just. Why did I do that? I should have just made my life easy and just chose like, hey, I'm going to choose one and then just use a convergence. Honestly, that would have been the easiest thing.
Oh, right.
Uh,
The 3 is more meaningful.
3 is more meaningful. I did get a 3 in the 3rd position, though. That's pretty good. I like that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, this would be my first time using Infinity Matrix. Let's do it, Matt. Let's use our Infinity Matrix. Get that 3.
Why do you want a 3? Not a 1?
Because the
'Cause
3
three's
was
the
what he
number I
selected
chose.
us as looking at.
Yeah.
Or is the 1 better still?
One's always
The
best
best?
in this case.
Okay. Well, I guess I shouldn't use them.
Could just use.
I already
convergence.
chose, so that's my mistake.
Well, I mean, it basically is giving you another chance at a 1 if you just pick one number.
Oh, so
Yeah.
it's the same. So 3.
Mhm.
You could just use a convergence for 1 then. I think.
Convergence on this number though might hurt a lot. That's the only thing.
Yeah, that might be a terrible idea.
Yeah.
I will roll a 1 on a 1d1 trillion and throw a convergence upon it. Fight me, GM. Oh,
It's like, okay,
you
well, next
transcend
roll
the
you
game.
do.
Start over.
It isn't transcending the game. You just get like so much misfortune slapped on you for a very long time.
You activate your do not
This
press
is
button.
backlash.
You just end
You
up
do
back at the
Pasco.
table screaming in your Super Saiyan form, and then you're just like, all right, you're here. You got lucky. Congratulations. Oh, fuck.
As you turn away from the far wall.
Yeah.
With your unfortunately very pitiful amount of resources, you have 1 box of penultimate, and you have a single sovereign grade sword nurturing crystal, which is kind of enshrined on a pedestal in a box. And Elder Eclipse kind of looked at it and was like, I mean, at least you have them. And it's a shame. And behind them on a wall, because it's the very end of the warehouse, is very frayed and tattered kind of tapestry that kind of hangs down, almost like a standard. And as you look at it one last time before you turn back to go to the training room, the threads of the weave on that tapestry kind of shift and change. And you can kind of see from not what the threads are showing via their color, but between the threads, it kind of slowly pulls your perspective in that there's perhaps something else. You kind of are pulled inexplicably towards it as you kind of check the material of the tapestry. With your fingers, you pull your fingers away, your whole hand is red. And you're like, ow.
Oh no.
And as you kind of look a little further and study it, anytime you touch it, the red on your hand increases. You find that also tapestry is being held up because it's a thin kind of tapestry, like a standard.
Yeah.
The dowel that's supposed to like hold up the top of it is actually a sword. And Senior Eclipse kind of comes back over. You should get that Do you have any balm or any mid-grade um, salve? Heal your hand?
I'm sure I can get some.
You don't have salve. Ask your keeper.
Swordkeeper, do you have any salve I can use for this?
We have a medicine room.
I suppose, yes.
Let's connect the medicine room to the current room you're in. And it's, boy, it's pungent. Oh, it's poignant. Like, the acrid smell is in the prepped essence of herbal tonics. Just kind of hits your senses. But everything's very clearly labeled.
I go find the salve and I put it on my hand. Give it a little.
I suppose I did miss that. Although it wasn't there before. I will have you know that. It's not like I looked at it and couldn't identify it. It was literally not there
Copium.
when I first looked. That somebody, somehow, has turned sword threads tangible. Once you reach a certain level of swordsmanship, you can generate sword threads.
Right. Okay.
But tangible ones that's a choice. That is a lifestyle choice. Sword threads is for your knowledge. If your sword could be swung in any which direction through any art or technique or any significantly dangerous attack, an attack that could fell a man in a single blow, it creates a thread of a could be.
Makes sense.
Oh yeah. And the more threads you can generate, the more dangerous you are. And anyone who can read sword threads can see all the lines of what could be's. But they're not just what could be's. If you touch a sword thread, it's as if you've been cut by the said sword, that killing blow. Takes a while to get it from the translation of actually getting it to lethal blow just by touching the sword thread, but mostly if you generate one and they touch it, even at a beginner level, well, you've been cut, see?
See that.
Tangible ones, on the other hand, that's a choice. That is definitely a choice. Don't do that.
Okay.
Fortunately, it is a very valuable resource for study.
Mm-hmm.
If you could study sword threads tangibly, and maybe that was the reason, because there's a lot of things that happen if you solidify your sword threads. Sure, you can use them, but now they get entangled on anything because they're now a physical structure or physical object. And it doesn't mean that they're sharp. I think this might have been a teaching implement.
So.
And the sword holding it up is that's pretty good. No. Don't ever sell that. Trade
Oh.
it or lose
Gotcha.
it. Yeah. You know what? I was about to play the game of, hey, can you guess what that is? And I realized you're never gonna guess what that is.
I mean, I could assess it, but take some damage from it, I'm sure.
It'll cut you, bud.
Yeah, as
And,
expected.
you know, you don't want that. That's a sort of alabaster edge. So when you get up to a certain point, you're gonna need a specific series of resources to get to a certain level of swordsmanship. It's a game of opportunity. It's a game of luck, fortune, and also
Right.
how much fucking money you got.
Yes.
Because that's what it really comes down to at the end of the day for high level cultivation. Do you already have the resources you need because of your adventures? And how rich you are? Can you just buy the resources? Very few people can pull off the conquest portion,
Right.
which is
Yes.
I'm just gonna go take the resources. Pisses off a lot of people, and there's a lot of strong people out there. So that I need an ebony edge because I am an evil practitioner. If that was an ebony sword,
Your
I'd
Marauder
have
would have
probably
taken
killed
it.
you all for it.
Yeah, that's fair. 100%. I get you.
Because there are certain resources in the cosmos that are damn etiquette, damn expectation. I'll ask nicely once for you to give it to me as a senior to a junior. And if you say no, even though it's your right to say no, I'm still taking it.
Yeah.
And how much damage is up to me. Or how much damage is incurred. An alabaster edge is for goody goody two shoes, like yourself. A good
Yes.
boy. A practitioner of good. You're a practitioner of good, right?
Yes, I do believe
Okay.
so.
So, practitioner of good uses alabaster swords. And there are, I hate to say it, it is that black and white. It is that yin and yang. It's Taiji. There are only good swordsmen and bad swordsmen. Or sorry, good swordsmen and evil swordsmen.
There you go.
Yeah. There's a million billion bad swordsmen out there.
For sure.
And it has nothing to do with good or evil.
That's the
The mindset.
yeah.
How do you use your sword? And an orthodox practitioner can be an evil swordsman.
Mhm.
And very rarely an evil swordsman can be a demonic swordsman, can be a good swordsman. So eventually it'll come down to you'll get into the philosophy of swordsmanship, even as an obsessor. Philosophy of swordsmanship starts usually with the very simple question of why do you swing your sword? Many people say to get stronger. It's a good answer, as long as it's an honest one.
Right.
But then you reach a point where, maybe swinging your sword doesn't get you stronger anymore, even though you want it to. Now that truth is one-sided. Because have you guys started learning about truths? You guys
Yes.
should, right? Okay.
Yes.
So on the path, truths are subjective until they run up against an obstruction. Some of these can be minor speed bumps. Some of these can be insurmountable walls that can never be overcome. So saying, I swing my sword to become stronger, there's two sides of that. There is what you want and what is actually happening. That's why starting out on the path to swordsmanship is so much fun, or at least it was for me. Because when I swung my sword, I did get stronger. And it kept going and going and going. Until you hit your first real wall.
Mhm.
You won't hit your real wall until, especially with your resources, probably level 8 of swordsmanship. That trips up most people, even people with the right resources or wealth,
Right.
So what happens when your philosophy is, I swing my sword to get stronger, and you don't get stronger? What happens then?
Well, you search for things that make you stronger.
Yeah,
have to go
actually,
looking.
I kind of skipped a few steps there. Good catch. Yeah, the first thing is the desperate search.
Right.
You go fight people. Maybe swinging your sword doesn't get you stronger because you're not fighting people. You fixed it. Wow. Who knew it was that easy? Just go test yourself. And then you get stronger and stronger still. And then you run out of worthy opponents. Actually, correction. You run out of opponents that you can fight, that you can
Yeah.
beat, and progress your swordsmanship without taking grievous injury in return.
Yes.
Because you reach a point where mutually assured destruction is always on the table. You're either stronger than that guy, or you're about even. If you're even, there's a good chance you fuck each other up.
Right.
Then you're out of the fight. So, where I'm getting at is the long journey of philosophy of sword starts usually with the first truth. It's a subjective truth and a real truth. I use the example of I swing my sword to get stronger. And thus the world goes, yeah, you have a long way to go. Swinging your sword can get you stronger. You progress down the philosophy and you reach what is called the complexity canyon. So your first truth is one simple line. Very, efficient, right? Simple. And as you go further into the philosophy, the complexity reaches untenable. And that's where you reach the complexity canyon. You have reached the absolute level of complexity that you can manage before it just fuses your Tao. People who can't stop fall off the canyon and their Tao is locked in perpetual delirium and confusion. Because it's a philosophy loop. This gets me stronger, but this doesn't, but this does, but this doesn't, but this does, but it branches into these, and then if I do these three, and so on and so forth, it's never ending. And it loops back on itself. Basically, you have to go up to the canyon's edge, or stop well before it if you can, and then work your way back down towards simple things. And it should reach back to the sword of good and evil. Do you swing your sword for good? Do you swing your sword for evil? There's infinite complexities within those two options, but now you have a vessel to hold that philosophy, and it doesn't send your Tao into a death spiral. Because evil could be, I swing my sword for myself. If I want to kill you because I want to, awesome, I could do that. Meanwhile, in the good land, if you are evil, I view you as evil. My sword is doing good by cutting you down. That's simple, right? But to reach that, you need a vessel of good and evil.
Which is what we have here.
Which you have here. I'm still looking for mine. Because just like a Tao vessel, how's your Tao, your swordsmanship and all that it encompasses, and your advanced philosophies, you need a material. And it needs to be shaped. Damn. I'm a little jealous.
It's okay, as he touches his fingers and gives praise to his goddess.
You get the basic equivalent of a head pat. I got you. You definitely knew this. Your goddess snuck this in.
So, that was an Infinity Matrix usage, eh? That was the big one. Guys, try to get yourself an Infinity Matrix.
Oh yeah.
If you can find a master craftsman, they might be able to turn that tapestry, once you're done studying it, into woven sword armor. Because those are sword threads.
Threads, right, yes.
Physical ones. And if they can take that battered and worn tapestry made of sword threads, manifested ones, and weave it into, I don't know, a shirt. And maybe, I mean, there's so much of it. You might be able to get leggings and a long sleeve shirt, and maybe something for your neck, so that only your head is vulnerable to swords.
Mhm.
The sword threads, they're strong, but they're mostly meant for cutting.
Right.
But basically, this is a thousand sword threads in physical form, and if they are struck with a sword, each one of those is going to have an expression of swordsmanship. So they'll fight back, almost like clashing swords when someone hits you, if you can weave it into armor. I have to find someone who can. I don't know someone who can.
My fiance is a swordsmith. I wonder if
It's going
she'd
to
be
be a DAO
interested.
project. It's not going to be. It's probably
Yeah.
going to be a workshop.
Yeah.
Because you're going to need a blacksmith. You're going to need a tailor. You're going to need a Taoist.
Right.
Who can enchant your armor. Because you're a good boy. And you're going to need, instead of sorceries, you're going to need Taoism.
Right.
Your goddess must love the heck out of you, because I can. While we were talking, I was also looking for traces of where the hell did this come from, because I didn't miss it. Turns out you were loved. Someone out in the cosmos is like that one.
Feels good.
And they didn't just give it to you in usable form. They make you work for it. That's real love, because that's how you struggle and
Yes.
become a real cultivator. Yeah.
Well, without failure, there's no way to know what success really is.
True. Just make sure failure is what your enemies experience and not you.
Yes. Well, I can
Alright,
say I had to only learn from myself, eh?
So you got some issues with your sword crystals still.
Right.
But that is the least worrisome problem. Because with these, I mean, you've got the very end of your journey secure. Alright, let's go to the training ground.
Go to the training ground.
This will be somewhat durable. I won't be able to swing my sword here, but you can swing yours. Alright, so do you have a focus of topic, or do you want me to just do my thing?
So my focus of topic is a progression, I suppose. But I feel like the real focus should be preparing for the tribulation to come, and what can I do to prepare for that?
Well, you're doing cosmic, right?
Correct.
So visitations.
Yes.
Unless you can divine which cosmic entity is coming to visit,
Mhm.
you can only prepare the most basic survival-oriented materials, such as some sort of spacesuit or
Check.
several thousand years worth of food and water.
Check.
Shelter.
Check.
Energy crystals that you can utilize to keep up your internal energy, because 1,000 years is a long time to use up energy, especially as a small fellow like you. You need a way to replenish those energies. And in space, especially wearing a spacesuit, You don't just regenerate energy.
Yeah. Yes, I
You
can.
guys pull it here from the environment.
Right.
Your body processes it. Body isn't all the different individual complex parts of it, but as a whole. So those are basic preparations. If you know which one's going to visit you, you can make all sorts of preparations. You can make it an eventuality, an inevitability, a guarantee that you survive.
I do have fate manipulation for the tribulation to come, as my key is the key for that. But yes, I don't have a guarantee of what I choose, but I am able to manipulate the outcome.
So wherever you go, you want to do one of three things.
Mhm.
The more you can do, the better. But don't stick your neck out so far you lose your head. First is you learn something.
Right. Learn
This
something
could be just
from
living, how to
Right.
survive better.
safety, desire.
Basically, well, it's more of a what lesson did you learn? Did you
Right.
learn new skills? Did you learn a new mindset? Did you pick up something new that's beneficial to you?
The teaching
Second
from the
is
visitation. Yeah,
harvest.
correct.
This one can be a lot trickier. Some celestial visitations basically make it so that if you engage in harvest, your survival chances go to 0. There's some very petty and very jealous celestial objects. One of which is a comet who leaks ice as it hurtles through space. But if you get visited and you try and take one single fucking ice crystal, the paradox of it drives me mad.
Yes, I don't have the same physique that Liron has to be able to take in that energy either.
Yep.
So being able to sustain myself will definitely be the biggest thing. But the resources at hand, yes.
Mhm.
We also have a
The third
tribulation plate. Yeah.
is orientation. A lot of people miss this one. Where is this object in the cosmos? Because some objects, no one knows where they are
Hmm.
or where they are right now. Because you're visited.
Right.
But the paradox of it is, you actually go to them.
Right.
Can you find out just where this object is in the greater cosmos? That information is crazy good. And it's much more complex. The layers of value are way bigger than that. I'll give you a short tidbit. I'll try and keep it concise
Mhm.
into just a few points. A, you can sell it, yes. If you know exactly where the object is, where it's going, whatever, you can sell it to a group of people, that information, and they can go entreat upon that object. Make big money, big stonks. You can also determine what part of the galaxy it's in, because each part of the galaxy in the cosmic road has different energies, different behaviors, different aspects.
Right.
Which also would affect the celestial object, which would then affect a whole bunch of cultivation questions and so on and so forth. You can also determine what part of its lifespan it is. Because certain objects in the swirl, because there's a swirl, come from kind of if they're on the tail end of the swirl, those objects are dying because they can't fight the swirl of the galaxy anymore. It takes a really long time to get there, but eventually they fall into the abyss. There are certain groups, good groups, that only harvest dead or dying celestial objects. They pluck them right before they fall into the abyss outside of the cosmic road.
Right. Another thing, though, wouldn't they be the most profound in a sense? Those cosmic entities, as they are one of the oldest.
Can be. But some of the oldest ones are the ones who have learned how to overcome that dying state. Because celestial objects, just like mortals, turns out, aren't immortal.
Right.
They have to cultivate it. Celestial objects learning how to cultivate themselves with no instruction is hard. Not all objects can do this.
Right.
It's actually very rare for a celestial object to be able to cultivate itself and attain immortality. There's different steps that they have to go through, and it's the study of stars and celestial objects is a huge discipline on the cosmic road if you ever are interested. But those are the three things. There's a bunch of other reasons, like retrograde. Is it in ascension? Like a whole bunch of stuff. So location, orientation is the third. Very important. So get one of those three at least. You're most likely going to get a lesson.
Right.
More often than not, you can harvest. Orientation is the hardest to get though, because you have to know so much stuff. And space is big.
Well, that's actually my profession. I wouldn't say discipline, but a cosmic assessor on the Star Road.
Assessor? All right. Yeah, so that'll be a discipline eventually.
Yeah.
So it starts as a profession as we call it that because it allows us to dabble without committing.
Mhm.
Allows you to try it. Pick up a few skills without like imprinting that profession on your Tao.
Yeah.
That's why we call it discipline. It's not bad. Assessor life is rough though. It's highly competitive.
Oh, I understand. I've had a good run for it though. They've been fun.
Problem is, a lot of assessors die trying to do a road. Have you done a road yet?
Have I done a road?
Remember, you
I think-
have found the entrance to the Thunder Road.
I have not done a road yet. I have one available. What's that? Which I can do Control F, ROAD. And I click next. Thunder Road and the Solar Road are two ones that I have available to myself.
Those are many of your commitments. Just make sure when you do them that you're ready.
Yes.
Missions are key. And that doing the road at least maintains your momentum. Some people forget that you're a cultivator first,
Right.
unless it's your discipline. Unless you're like your Tao is your discipline first, cultivation second.
Right.
You guys are cultivation first, discipline second, right?
I do believe so. At least that's what I've understood from Liron. And Chun Po still is figuring his out, but it's pretty much a poisoner in a sense. So
Cool. So when you do assessing, you go on these runs, right?
yes.
Make sure that if you go on runs that take longer than a year, that they are helping your cultivation.
Right.
Because you'll lose momentum if you
otherwise, yes.
otherwise, yeah. Could be small. But if it starts to go backwards, that's the new direction it's wanting to go. And it takes a lot of effort to arrest it and have it start to go the other way.
Right.
Right, on to swordsmanship. I have a special recommendation for you because you are capable of potentially doing it.
Okay.
It will absolutely require the great perfection void true body.
All right. Well, we have the
It's not a secret on how to get it. It's very affordable to get. It's just time consuming and really, really tedious to learn.
Yes. I
You-
I have a time dilation chamber we could use.
Great, because that's what it's going to take. It
Oh.
is. If you thought getting your reinforcements was tedious,
Mhm.
this is so much more so.
Gotcha.
But it's essential. Basically, you can go out of space without a spacesuit.
Mhm.
You can fly around. You don't need to breathe. You coach yourself in energy. If you really want to, you can produce a satisfying feeling in your lungs, and the air in your lungs are then maintained by an internal regulatory energy system. It's a wildly complex and honestly flawless technique. It just takes fucking forever to learn every
Mhm.
single detailed stage,
Yeah.
but you're
And
gonna need it.
That's why Liron decided to do it during his tribulation to utilize the time dilation there. So.
Funny part is, if you on the earthly road or the heavenly road, learning like the first couple stages of it is actually really helpful because it helps you
Mhm.
fend off foreign and hostile energies.
Yes.
But if you get it up to the latter stages, it's actually detrimental because now you're forcing out energy that would normally help you recover.
Right.
So if you're serious about going to the cosmic road, it's a necessity.
Of
For
course.
you, swordsmen have to adapt to ways to overcome scope and scale. On the earthly road, fighting is really close knit. You actually get to swing your sword and hit the guy with the said sword. And
Yes.
that's like at most 3 inch or 3 feet of steel. Hey, 3 feet's a really fucking big or small distance on the earthly road. The heavenly road, swords can get up to thousands of meters tall, and people swing them with their energy and intent. Scope is big. We don't have like solar system spanning swords. I mean, maybe the Cosmic Swordmaster does, because he used several stars and planets to make one, but it's more likely a spaceship at that point. A sword hurtling through space that can host his entire clan and an entire civilization, but it's not a sword he swings. So how do you overcome the scope of space when you're wanting a swordsman? You can't fly over to that guy and swing a sword. What if he runs away? You'll never close that distance at
Mhm.
least meaningfully. And if you do clash swords in space, the sheer shock and impact from you and the other guy will send you both flying.
Lars thinking this over. Well, I mean, we've already talked about closing the distance and
Yep.
how that can be utilized. And speed is definitely a factor. But
Mhm.
yeah, space sorcery is all I've really understood about what it means to be a sword cultivator in Cosmos.
Yeah. We use a method called borrowing.
Oh, okay.
So borrowing comes in two separate flavors. You either borrow from yourself or you
Right.
borrow from the cosmos. Most people borrow from themselves because pulling the cosmos's powers is really hard. You don't have that problem. Pull the power from the cosmos, you must have a cosmic physique.
Right.
Some part of you must be cosmically made. You are not birthed, but made as a species. You are the Monray.
Correct.
We all know of the Monray. You guys are a dying species, but at one point you ruled an entire section of the galaxy by sword and book. It was ugly. But unfortunately, as all things do, people rise and people fall.
That is how it's fated to be. It's true.
Yeah. But perhaps it's up to your half of your people to reignite the reincarnation and rebirth process to then arrest fall and have it rise again. I don't know. I was trying to be poetic or whatever.
Of course, it was good. I liked it.
Okay, I give it a good effort. So you have a cosmic physique. You need a cosmic energy. I sense solar qigong.
Correct. I
And
have
it's
solar and
literally
shadow.
flawless. As a flawless choice for what you're doing. Shadow, that's for trickery and some other really messed up shit. Because there are things like the shadows of the sun.
Yes. The stronger the light, the greater the shadow.
Yeah, problem is that shadow is not safe. But you probably know that. And you also need the Great Perfection True Body so you can come in contact with that energy. And so on. So your ability to wield cosmic energy is there. Now you need a conduit. Well, you have one. It's a bridge between yourself and the thing you're trying to borrow. You have a name flame.
Yes.
Normal flames in space don't work.
As expected, it's a little cold.
And there's no fuel.
Right.
Doesn't matter about temperature. It's fuel. As long as there is, even normal flame can burn. As long as the fuel is good enough.
Mhm.
A chemical fuel will burn in space. Natural fuel has a hard time. Wood. Because, well, turns out there's water in wood. But for name flames, they can burn because they burn you as fuel. Don't want that. You want it to also feed off of the fuel of energy in space.
Right.
If you combine your physique, combine your bridge and your conduit, and combine your qigong, what you have is a solar sword. When you swing your sword, you can transcend the distance between you and your target by borrowing the power of space. Not the space Tao, but the energy found in space.
Mhm.
You spend your energy using your sword to dance across the light and the energy in space. And the sword then extends, not literally, but a flame extends, and you can hit the bitch across many kilometers of space for minimal energy. Sometimes it looks like a spiraling dragon. Sometimes it's just a big stick, and you're like, dodge this.
Yes, and then you start adding sword energy to it, I'm sure, and then things get a little ugly. Yeah.
Sword energy, yeah. That's the energy of decisive conclusion. Whoever uses their sword energy best will most likely find themselves as the victor.
Right.
Now, your allies have an interesting conundrum. One of your companions uses sound. If he can get the sound to dance across energy or some other profound concept, such as the one I taught him,
Right.
he's very lethal.
Of course.
Mr. Poe has to be a self-borrower.
Yeah, utilizing his poisons or something along those lines.
Technically, he could be a cosmic borrower. Technically, it would be very difficult, but he could be. Problem is he doesn't have a cosmic physique, but he's already changed his physique once. He could do it again. The only way I can possibly think of him using cosmic borrowing is through gravity.
Yes,
He's
of
already
course.
gone down that way.
Mhm.
Everyone has a gravity, especially the higher level of the cultivation you have, the higher gravity you have around you.
Of course.
And technically, he could use gravity to kind of connect point A and point B between two attracting or whatever
Because that's what
forces.
gravity is, two different points. Just yeah.
Which also would be really funny because he could swing his sword in any direction, and as long as he's got a gravity lock, the sword swing then goes whee, and just now he's got homing hits.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
No,
The reason
that's
I
fine.
recommend he do self-borrowing as a primary focus is once you reach a certain level, everyone has the Great Void Perfection True Body.
Right.
You know what really fucks that up? Poison.
Yeah, because they can't. It's internally. It's there at that point.
Well,
Yeah.
he needs something that can affect a flawless technique. Basically, you coach yourself in an energy layer, and space is like, damn it, I can't do my 3 great hazards upon you. Problem is, a lot of people, once they've cultivated the technique, don't know how to fix it if it stops working or starts to experience fluctuation or anything that isn't just running pristine.
Right.
And if you can mess with their physique, that energy barrier, people start to lose their fucking minds. They'll panic. There'll be a couple guys that'll be like, oh, I know how to fix this. Or, I know how to avoid this. Some people might even just put on spacesuits before the energy goes down. Those guys are smart. You have a real fight on your hands against those guys. Problem is, now they're wearing a spacesuit. Damage to the spacesuit lets the space in.
Sorry.
Poison's harder to apply in space, but it's more lethal because it's harder to apply.
Yeah.
So
Especially
I'm going
if
to
you
teach you a little bit about the power of borrowing.
Okay.
But I really can't go into a full lesson until we're in space itself, and you've achieved, well, great perfection void true body.
Right. Okay. I understand.
Which, of course, you guys are so fucking flush with that sweet, sweet cash. I don't mind being called back once you've achieved it, so I can teach you the proper borrow.
Yeah.
So what do we do for the time I got you here? We got about a month, right? Unless you're going to do one of those time capsule shenanigans.
I'd love to do a time capsule shenanigan. I feel like
Do you have something that you can
Well-
learn for 10 years?
I wanted to finish off my sword by level 2, but I need
That
sword
doesn't
teaching.
require.
Yeah. It doesn't
I
require
mean,
that
I can
much
throw
time.
teachings at you in an
Yeah.
afternoon.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Here, I'll give you one right now.
Okay.
You ready to receive a teaching?
Sure.
You sitting down for this shit?
Lara's ready to receive ideas.
Specifically sword teaching. Man.
Sword power teaching, actually.
Sword power teaching. Okay. Do you have a preference on like what about sword power? Use? Do you want me to talk about efficiency? Do you want me to talk about energy folding?
Talk about precepts.
I'm an evil practitioner, my guy. You do not want evil sword precepts in a good boy.
No, I don't mean that. I mean just what precepts are and how they can be powerful. Not just
Oh,
yours.
that's not a sword teaching, or even close to a sword power teaching. I can tell you about them. They're basically absolute laws and internal, like, facts. They're not
Right.
just truth. They're not subjective. They are true to you. They define you. They, even in their weird structure, because sometimes they're questions, but they're actually just outright law. You've heard of the different grades of named elements, right? Named, divine, law.
Okay.
Well, they've taken that concept, and instead of truth, which is subjective, an absolute, which is the one above it, precept is the final shape, truth, at least to a cultivator. Your whole existence orbits around them and defines you forever. Fortunately, when you're young, you don't have to take on precepts yet. It's the golden core / truth crystal stage. Once you have developed a truth crystal, you then have the opportunity to etch upon it your precepts. And you'll need to do it because once that crystal fully hardens, putting new information on it is really, really hard and costly and dangerous. So you'll have about 1,000 years after you form your truth crystal to form your precepts and etch them onto your crystal. Same with golden core. They have about 10 years, sometimes only a year, to form their precepts and imprint them onto their golden core.
Gotcha.
You will need these. The sheer weight of the power you have formed and accumulated is too much for the body to bear as is. You need something more than absolute. You need law itself to help hold it together. The funny part is, you want to throw more on it. To use the earthly road comparison, a Jade Palace is so dense in physical energy, it makes your poor golden core look like a grain of sand or a grain of rice. One brick successfully laid is the equivalent to a fourth of the total power of your golden core. 4 bricks, you have a golden core. Again, a second one. Some people can stack bricks like they're making a manse, like a mansion.
Right.
Some people make a palace out of these damn bricks. How many golden cores is that? That's a lot
Too
of
many.
juice.
Yeah.
Yeah, too many. So how do you hold that all up? Your body's not meant to handle that. Reinforcements is barely enough to handle 1/8 of a golden core. Refinements, sure, physiques, is important, but there's a lot that goes in. How do you hold yourself together? Well, turns out precepts do a lot of work. Problem is, they're immutable. Once they're set, they're set. You will need them to hold yourself together. They also help you absorb shock and damage from others. Maybe you meet a master teacher, and the master teacher comes by and says something so profound, you enter enlightenment immediately and have a transformative alteration.
Mhm.
Well, if you don't have something that can weather that storm, even though it's good for you, everything buckles and crashes. It's like a dam giving out. Precepts don't budge, they're law. So while the whole world swirls around you and everything changes, those stand firm. That's what you're building. That's what you need. You just have to be very selective of what they are. Because if you have a precept of I only poop at 12 o'clock,
That's law.
that's law.
Yeah.
So I know that was a very crude reference, but
No, that's fine. It hones the points of why we need them in the first place.
but yeah, it's not a sword teaching. That's just a Tao. That's a cultivation lesson, teaching, reveal.
Yeah.
I don't know. So sword power teaching. Do you have a thing you want to focus on? Like, there's a lot to sword power.
Yeah. The how about this? Sword power relates to how dense, and that relates also to, let's say, adamantium in a sense, where the more you have, the stronger it is against other swords.
It's not technically true though.
Okay.
Just because you have more sword power, and just because your sword's denser, does not mean it's better than other swords.
Okay.
A rapier can easily be as deadly as a broadsword, or a Zweihandler, or any larger sword. And the energy in a foil is much more condensed than that has to run along even a normal katana.
So it's not about the amount. It's about how good the sword power is in the first place, how refined it is.
I think I know what you need,
Okay.
just by a little back and forth there. So how to phrase it into an official teaching? I think this will work. Sword power can be divided into a bunch of different tiers and complexities. However, in the specificity, power refinement, folding, and density,
Mhm.
there should be always one thing you keep in mind. When you swing a sword, are you stabbing or slashing? How that sword power is applied in those two moments can bring out greater or lesser efficiency than
Right.
just applying it unilaterally.
Because both are two different points of contact in a sense. One is the
Correct.
tip, one is the length. And if you just have it at the top of your blade when you do the length, you're not going to really make a good cut. But if you're stabbing and having it at the tip, well, you're going to get more out of it. Makes sense.
It also goes a step further. The techniques you learn, you should study what is better for it. Is it a stabbing technique or slashing technique? Most people don't think about that specific distinction. Most are slashing. There are some stabbing techniques that if you use normal sword practices of applying power, you'll lose a lot of, well, pun intended, power in the thrust. Know this though, a stabbing technique is always a killing technique. We're not mortals anymore. It's not just, I stabbed your leg. It's, I stabbed you. You can hit somebody in the arm or the leg, and that could be their total ruin. Because it's your energy clashing with their energy. Especially in space, if you blow off someone's leg and they're not able to cover the stump with their energy from the Great Perfection Void True Body, that's just a hemorrhaging wound.
Yeah. Losing energy fast.
Yes, and three great hazards will do what they do best, and they are fair and merciless to everyone. Thrusting or stabbing techniques are very committal.
Mhm.
If you miss a stab, or if you're not ready for a counterattack, even though you succeed, you are in for a world of hurt. But they're damn strong when you use it.
It's good.
Okay. I think that's a good one. I think that's a really strong power teaching.
Yes, it is. It's important to know. It's like a foundational in a sense of what it means to swing your sword. How are you attacking?
Hmm.
The point of entry.
Indeed. There's a lot more I could teach you on that, but there's a teaching there.
Yes.
So if we are going to commit for a 10-year thing, what are we doing?
Well, what I think is really just refining what it means to be a swordsman, not just improving upon the path of the sword that I have, but an endless sword training.
Man, if you don't have something, I can
Mhm.
just give you a token to call me back.
Yeah. I mean, you're going to be here for a little bit longer anyway. You still have to
I'm
go
gonna be
to.
here for a
Okay.
smidgen longer. Like I'm gonna
Yeah.
be here for a while. Um, but
I
you
just know
could say
you're.
that I owe you
you
10 years.
yeah. Okay.
Won't allow you to sell or trade it off,
That's
just for you.
fine.
But when you're ready to actually engage in something for 10 plus years, maybe to develop your pinnacles, I can help you with that. Maybe you want to go down domain. I don't know. Domain's really strong in space.
I was
It
actually
does get
thinking of.
picked on by pinnacles, though. That's the hard
Yeah.
part.
I was thinking about divinity actually being mine.
I can point you in the direction. I'm not a divine user.
Yeah. Hmm.
Unless you want to go down divinity of self. It's basically domain, but it's divine. But it's weird.
Yeah.
Um,
I'll think
domain
about
is
it.
like mastery of self in this case, and around you, divinity of self is like constant ultimatum to yourself because you have to make yourself more divine. Basically, you are legend.
Mhm.
And people believe you're a god of something because you're just so fucking good at it. And you get worshipped through fear, respect, and all that stuff. The only thing I could probably.
Right. Well, I do have to make a decision on this, which one I want to go down. Yeah. But okay, that's fine. We'll come to this another time.
I just don't want you to waste your time. I mean, you can swing your sword, and I can watch you swing your sword.
Yeah.
Mm. I can teach you about evil.
Maybe that could make me a hero. Figure
Yeah,
out.
it would.
Yeah.
I could turn you into a hero. Hell, I can even help you become a protag if that's what you
Mm.
want.
I don't know. I'm trying to stay away from the protag. I feel like being. I know it's important. Um, and both my companions have already gone down that path of one being a protag, one being an antagonist. But none of them have been a hero yet,
Doesn't
or
have
a
to be.
villain. Yeah, could also be a protagonist villain or antagonist hero. I understand.
Why you sound so down, kid?
Oh, it's not down. No, no. I'm just more trying to understand myself.
I think you have a wonderful opportunity. I set you up in a good way.
Yeah.
Or sorry, hooked you up. There you go. Basically, I'm saying at a later date, when things are more clear and you've hit a harder wall than you are now, you can call upon me, the great, powerful Eclipse, to help you through that hurdle.
Yes. And that's completely fine. I'm good with there. That's good.
Okay. Yeah.
I think what we were just looking about was the protagonists antagonists. That was more where you heard my voice from that. So that was me trying to understand myself and the path I have forward. Not I very much appreciate you giving me this token, and I will use it soon when I have the wall in front of
Or
me.
don't.
Maybe that is the best option. Never needing to use it. I appreciate that.
Oh, no, you definitely want to use it. Don't let it sit there. But when you hit something like really significant,
Mhm.
then call me, especially if it's sword related.
Yeah,
'Cause,
especially maybe when I'm
yeah.
in my next stage of the path of the
You
sword.
know what? Would you guys like to join a space sect of swordsmanship?
Maybe I'll have to talk to the boys.
Because the Sword Carnival is nice and all,
Mhm.
The only merit they have is they hone you through actual combat.
Yes.
They're actually just weaning you guys through prelims for selection. You're not even considered Sword Carnival until you actually form a troop and whatnot.
Oh yeah, I know. We're still in the baby steps. I understand.
Technically, if you want, I can introduce you and you could get abducted again.
I'll see what the guys say.
Um, you actually have ties to a cosmic group already.
Yes, I understand that. I actually,
You have no idea what I'm talking about, do you?
well, I think it's something to do with this chip. He'll show up. The data chip for the what we found in the raid. The key.
Not the one I was talking about.
Okay.
So the sword, like the star sword, kind of area. That
Oh, that the carnival already uses for. Ah, gotcha.
Yeah, so that's not just a secret realm people can peer into and then utilize. That's a sect. They made that.
Gotcha.
It's so large though that using a tiny itty bitty corner won't catch their notice.
Gotcha.
Um, think of it as the largest puzzle cube your mind can handle, and then make it bigger.
Mm.
Every little box, the sword guy.
Yeah, I understand that Chun Po really wants to get there to fight off the Marauder, but yeah.
It is a very sword sect. They are not like the Sword Carnival, who look at your features and your talents and go, I mean, you're not going to be a great swordsman, but we'll teach you swordsmanship. These guys are sword fanatics.
Mhm.
So if you want to go chasing into that particular jar of scorpions, it'll make you good swordsmanship, or so make you good swordsmen with good swordsmanship. There's the phrase. If you survive.
Well, I'll talk to the guys, see what they think.
Or I can just show you where you guys need to start. Because if you guys are going to start the Cosmic Road, it's best you start properly. And there's one specific place that everyone considers the proper start.
Oh, is that zone 0 in a sense?
Huh. There's only one zone 0.
Oh, the start for Riveth, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha.
But no, it's a step in zone 1, checkpoint 1.
Gotcha.
Unlike the Earthly Road, though, we do have a name for it.
Mm. So we're not doing zones anymore. Oh, that's interesting.
No, it's still called zones.
Yeah.
For shipping purposes.
Gotcha.
And space lanes and connectivity and whatnot, but
Yeah, that sounds good. Okay. Well,
Abductions.
yeah, right. I have spent 2 hours, and I think we should let me just kind of do a little bit of a time skip to get up to these guys so we can do the prep. Because I think that's what we should really do this session is get our prep on. I do want to do the hand thing. Is what my original idea was to get my hand mark and then start training with the old master. But I think it's more important to prep for this session. So I think we should stop here for me. I'm going to do characteristics. I'm going to up those. So that will give me a little bit of time sync.
It took me like a day to get all of mine maxed.
Yeah. But yeah, I'll do that. And
Okay.
Big lore drop on what it means to be a precept, though. That was good.
Yes. So, what preparations are you thinking of making, William?
I I was thinking of getting a hold of some nets and using holy geometrics to use lock on them. Just some standard fishing nets, whether they be used for an opponent or for supplies. Just throw them out, activate lock. Hopefully they just stay in place there.
That's kind of fucked up.
Sure, but that's all I have so far with that. Otherwise, I was looking through, and thank you, Savalar, for posting the docket for Checkpoint 3. Depending on how we want to do things, theoretically, Chun Po could be sent in far earlier, as I have the drinking blade, and I need to do a lot more to see much progress in swordsmanship. I've also thought about sitting on the 5 rings and trying to relearn everything that is there for swordsmanship that I have neglected to try and get that up, as my body has, or my reinforcements are done, and most of my body things have been taken care of up to this point.
Unfortunately, you don't have enough time to finish your folds in 2 weeks. You can get them down for sure. Like, you can reduce them by a month, or up to a month in a sense. So any of your later ones that take like 2 months a pop. Like for example, each fold is a week. That's pretty much how it goes. So when you get past 4, so on the 5th one, you would be doing a month and a week. You could just reduce it to a month. And then the 6th one, just reduce it to a month. So however many you have left, think of them as months to do your folds.
And as a drinking blade, mine's times 4.
As a drinking blade, it's more to do with felling your foes, I guess, right? Are you just talking about how long it takes to get them?
There was something with the 5 ring mathematics that I had to do like times 4 what was normal if I chose
Because
to
you
take.
grew sword energy slower.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure that's for sharpness only, if I remember correctly.
Was it a sharpness?
I think so. Like, because you're a drinking blade, you're not sharper. You just continually fight and are used, so you don't get sharpened that much. But let's see, I'm at sword fold 2. I got 43 sword energy, 6 sword power, and 2 sharpness aura.
Yeah, your crew sharpness at a 4th of the normal rate. Your constellate sword catalyst at normal rate. So yeah, it's nothing to do with the. You don't have to worry about that. It's mostly just having fatigue. If your reinforcements are up doing the 5 ring mathematics formation, it's it's really good because you can go longer and stuff.
Gotcha. Let's see. I'm curious if we should all enter in the same area of this opportunity, because going in at the right spot is mentioned as a, hey, you have to, or what was it?
It's the timing.
Directors.
Spot is determined already.
The spot's been determined? Okay.
There's
Never
only
mind.
one spot that's, well, there's 2 spots that are low river, and we don't want to go to the one that is a city.
Yeah, yeah. Well, like let's see. I wasn't quite sure if there was a Dow spot for where these rivers are, to where it's just like, this would make more sense for. So, like, if we entered in different spots, this has an aspect of failure in the river. This has an aspect of harmony in the river. Or you will find more of those items there. But if it's truly all just random, then never mind.
Might not be. I don't know if we have a chance to scout ahead though.
Yeah. What was it? There's draining, water drains, rising, 19 hours, different cursed objects, beasts. Entry selection was where I was. Oh, Avalar, have you thought of, or should I try and get a chef master before this opportunity to grab a checklist that they want?
Are you still wanting to have chef as your discipline?
One of them.
No. There's no multiple disciplines. You choose one. I understand there's multiple choices, but you should. Is that what you want to do? Is go down the chef? Because I will call in a chef, for sure. But I currently already have someone called in, so we'll let him go after he
okay.
finishes. After the checkpoint, we can call on a new person.
Calling a proper gastronaut.
That's a good one.
Then never mind. I will check with Lore. Well, Lorekeeper's coming with us. Do you guys? Did you guys have? Well, the Holy Geometrics grabbing, locking, and I can put in some. Probably some tokens of unlock. Hopefully, similar
Yeah,
to the door.
I think that's a great idea to spend your time doing that in the next 2 weeks. Get those finished up. I can't
So
really give you more suggestions because it's something personal to you at a character. So, just I think doing your holy geometrics is a great idea and one of the greatest ways going forward to have gear that works. Just I can't really give you suggestions because it's something I don't know about in character.
understood. Okay. Chun Po will explain. All right, so I can do 1 day to implement the technique and then fire and lock. So I can do 3 days. I can make the net, and so if I did then fire and unlock for everything else, I would have 6 days for a net and a unlock button. So if I do 2 of those, then I have 2 days left over. So we would have 2 nets and 2 abilities to unlock. But if I do 1 net, 1 unlock, and then just 2 extra nets, theoretically we could grab something and hopefully be able to just leave it there and come back and say, okay, we have 1. Which one do we want? Or throw them at a person and make sure that they don't get out of the river. I don't know. Who knows what would cause us to need to lock somebody up?
Why would we need an unlock?
Because otherwise I wouldn't be able to remove the net from the river. Or at least I believe that's how it would work.
Oh, that might be an issue.
Yeah. And if I had a full month, I'd just be cranking these out, but I didn't think of this until recently. Past all of that, I was curious about the. Is it shopping lists, the selections, you can deliver beforehand, can provide safe jumping points. I thought there was something in here of we could choose to go in like early or something. 19 hours, 18-hour mark. I
Do
thought there
not
was...
enter early.
Okay, then never mind. Chun Po expresses the well, let's see. Because sharpness is the 4 times thing. I can't remember what I needed to for a drinking sword to be that I needed to kill a lot of people. And I don't know where it's held.
So when you kill somebody with the drinking sword, you can get resources, right?
Okay, is that in the form of catalysts or?
So I think, like, you know, when we killed the big guy when we first got out in our first time, like our 6 months there, I got
Not
a
actually.
sword sharpness mote, if I do remember correctly. So yeah, like using your sword against others and drinking from them, you will gain resources. But yeah, I think one of the biggest things is armor. So
Yeah,
having
that's another thing.
so if like one thing we could do is we could do a run and upgrade like the armor we have for our suits. That's one option we could do. Another option is to literally just buy it with the wealth we have.
Talk to Aethrim to see if they could make stuff for us.
That was one of the conversation RPs you're going to have this session for sure. Because I remember at the very end you were like, "Oh, we'll save that for next session," so that's fine.
Yep. They might have stuff for us. They'll certainly want stuff from us.
Mm-hmm. I bet there's some resources on Duality's moon that would have anti um, anti misfortune, I suppose.
Perhaps. Quite likely. You could ask Fate Bonds, who does a bunch of stuff with fortune and misfortune, which I suppose they're unlikely to just give you something, and that's kind of counter to what they normally do. Maybe get a blessing from her, though.
We could also one sec. We could also use our aspects of the Ori when going in, using narrative points to get blessings from Duality. So we could do spirit and maybe get some anti misfortune blessings. That's something we could do for sure. Go ahead, William.
I was going to mention that Lorekeeper is also, I believe, armor is a part of her Tao. She mentioned that like a long time ago, was that she was like, it's, I can't remember exactly how she worded it, but that she kept the stories of ancient armor or something. But I know armor was something that she has a specialty in. I'm not sure if I will ask her. And I remember asking her at one point a good armor for me, and she mentioned energy shield armor, which could be interesting.
William, one thing you should do right now is you should add your protagonist points inside your
That
necklace.
was, yeah. And that was what I was also going to ask. Is that just considered one per session, or if we have 2 weeks from this point? Oh no, it's up to 10. That's what it was, right?
Yeah, but you also have multiple protagonist points. You could have put more in.
I don't remember the up to 10. I never heard that listening to it yesterday. But however many you have, it's your will and intent that you need to make sure you put into it. It's like because I think you missed that part when Matt was explaining it, that you don't just say, "Hey, I'm going to put them in," and they're there forever. I just say, "I'm going to put them in," and that they last until the end of the opportunity, because that's just its whole stick. It's all about your intent for it. So
Okay.
just remember to use it. That's all I can say, because you just said, like, last session you put 1 in, right, and you had 3 to utilize. So
And now I have more protag points, but
yeah, you should have 3. Like last session you should have had 3 on your character sheet. 1 from fellowship, 2 from the opportunities so far.
gotcha. Hang on a second. I'm trying to see if I have it placed anywhere else besides that. No. Okay. Get back to my shortcuts and remind that I got a bonus to my protag points because of reinforcements. Trying to put the ties together for everything that this affects this, and yeah.
Having a source beside your thing is super like makes it all easier. Yeah, I agree.
The reason that I said 1 last time, I believe, was, well, yeah, I didn't think about that. I thought that it was I could only put up to 10 in the thing, and that was like this is the maximum that this necklace can hold.
I remember there being a max, but I missed it.
So the necklace can move out. Was it fellowship or influence that I got?
Fellowship. We
Fellowship.
figured that out earlier.
Essence of charisma, then. Here we go. 1 protag point. Okay. So I now have 2 per.
I thought that you had 3 permanent ones.
As far as I know, I've only, okay, yeah, I
Start
have
with 1,
2.
you
Yeah.
got another one from the opportunity, and then you got 1 from your fellowship reinforcement.
So now I'm at 3.
That's 3.
3, then 4. Then I should put all 3 into this one.
Yes, good. Get your resources in there.
I'm just going to put the necklace under protag. Mark this 0.
Also, I'm gonna let the puppies out real quick.
You want to have our
Go ahead.
break now? It's almost half there. We're at 2:15 right now.
Yeah, if you guys want to take the break now, you can.
Excellent.
Egg salad.
Hey man, potato and egg salad is so freaking good.
So,
I'll let-
break time then.
Yeah.
See y'all in 6 hours.
Yeah. Well, we'll be
He
here.
made that joke last time.
Did he? I
Yes.
didn't remember that.
Going to hustle to the grocery store,
Puddle.
which is 5 minutes away, to get more bread for this weekend because I am
Bread
out
is
of
good.
bread.
That would be an unfortunate fate to have.
I got bread last night. That was a fool. I'll be back in 15.
We'll see you in 15. All right, I'll be back. All right, they went pretty quick with the snow.
Oh, nice.
Is anybody here?
No.
Oh. Is it a
Yeah.
bad idea for Chun Po to try and to want to fight people at this opportunity?
Not at all.
Okay.
I think
'Cause-
that's very much you should do it.
Yep.
I've seen this the way I've viewed this opportunity is a mixture of like a weird sense of human fishing, because there's opportunity to stop our opponents from getting stronger, to end our opponents if we choose, to gain something of a you are worth a resource, or your death is worth a resource to me that I could utilize if we choose to see it like that. And there's also the you can get all kinds of stuff, and the aspect of looking for something that fits, that we are like, I'm looking at it as I'm looking for a artifact that I can hopefully fish out that will help me, an ability to, or an opponent that I can stop from getting stronger because I don't want them to get stronger because they are my opposite, or maybe not exactly my opposite, or just something of a I don't agree with their teachings and I don't want to see them grow. And then I don't know if there is a killing something or somebody else will grant me a resource that I want. But I've tried to look at it in those lights, or in that light, over the past week. I think that if I were to put the opportunity into the trying to figure out the Gestalt stuff, I'm just like, that I think is the closest to getting the most out of this opportunity that you can.
Yeah. I feel like you need to go in with a goal in mind of, hey, do I want to murder people or what have you? Because murdering people's good. We like murder.
Within the aspect of the philosophy stuff, of the sword, I've been asking myself those questions as well, and mentioning or putting things into aspects of delirium. I'm just like, well, that sucks, but there is an aspect of, wait, why do I want to fight? And so I'm just like, I don't exactly want to go in gun-ho murdering people unless I find somebody so evil that I'm just like, yes, I can kill you without feeling bad about it. So to an extent, I feel like I would want to be defensive, but until you cross the line of, nope, now I'm going to be offensively ready to murder you. But that requires the right target.
Or you could just not discriminate. So it's pretty rude of you to be discriminating.
Okay, so in harmony, would you say that you kill indiscriminately for that aspect of harmony?
My aspect of harmony is destructive harmonics. It is a sound DAO, not a peace or what have you DAO.
Fair. So truly, it is then kill indiscriminately, and you get to the aspect of harmony because everything gets destroyed.
Yes.
Okay. And you also wield nothing.
Yes.
I find it interesting into there. You wield nothing, but then you are left with nothing because everything gets destroyed equally. Or I don't know, fucking speculating there. Anyway, Sabalar, if Chun Po came across a enslaving ice marauder on the path of success, would you feel the urge to murder them?
Would I feel the urge to murder them? No.
Okay. They're the closest thing that I could think of. I'm just like, all right, let's just mirror this. And I'm just like,
Of success.
yeah, of success. They follow the path of success and they are enslaving people and they're ice themed. And past that, I wasn't entirely sure what else I could put from your character into an opposite. But just like a level of, is there somebody that is so to us that no matter what they say or why they chose to go down a path, their path is so opposite to ours that we would rather see them killed rather than listening to what they have to say about the path.
I mean, if you can think them as evil, that's pretty much that's anyone. There you go. Like if they seem evil, go for it.
So, with the aspect of asking too many questions, going and it makes me scratch my head a lot as to why we want, or well, for Chun Po, anyways, I did kind of join the sword part as yeah, I'll learn it, but I wasn't enthralled by the sword.
Mm.
And so, to answer why I want to swing the sword has been a question that Chun Po has been asking for a while. And using the arguments of good and evil or opposites and putting into extremes and marking how many extremes you want to track and then seeing the opposites of the extremes and like, okay, so what's good, what's evil, what's worth cutting down, what's something that I shouldn't cut down, and trying to get to an answer of what's the point then. At the end of the day, I think that Chun Po will do good and evil acts because Chun Po's just a person trying to not just get stronger, but is just trying to create something of his own. And just like, I just like this idea and I'm trying to make it stronger. And I wield the blade in a hope that I can defend the thing that I'm trying to create.
Yes.
See, I figured you swung the sword to deliver your poison. That's what I figured you swung your sword about. It's the delivery method.
That is a delivery method, but Chun Po devours poisons more than he wants to implement them onto people unless they pissed him off in a way that now I want to poison you. Poisoning is almost a level of sadism to Chun Po. It is no, I'm not here to kill you quickly. I'm making you hurt. This is not I want you to immediately die because I couldn't kill you any other way. I'm choosing that you get to hurt for your last moments.
Such is life.
Such is life. And because poison and swordsmanship, the sharpness energy and the poison energies don't like to mesh that much, there's an aspect of just like, I don't think I'm supposed to try and do that unless it is unless you told Chun Po you're about to go into a battle with an army and you need every advantage, then yeah, I'm putting on the worst poison or the strongest poison I can put on there, and I'm fighting for my life. But I'm also not a good swordsman yet, so I don't think using the sword to apply poison to enemies is a good idea yet because I don't have a good sword. Not that my sword isn't good, my poison tier relic is nice. I like it, but I'm not good at how to do this yet.
I think the only reason I bring it up is that I feel like you're always lacking in an entry point, like a vulnerability spot to get your poison in the first place.
Yeah.
And the swords are great at stabbing, so
Swords are great at slashing.
they're okay at stabbing. Sorry,
Yeah, they're average at stabbing.
gotcha.
Ears.
Which is why daggers are really good as a poison user. Like
Arrows.
Yeah, arrows.
The
Arrows are amazing at stabbing. It's
Yeah.
like their whole thing.
arrows and spears. The cow pen needles, I think, is what they were called.
Cow hair needles.
Cow hair needles. Sorry. For poison, I thought the cow hair needles would have actually been a better thing. I was just like, I didn't realize that was a thing. There's a whole ballistic skill thing that I could totally utilize, but
Yes. Those are called hidden weapons.
Yep.
They are particularly potent. A lot of individuals use them to win before the fight has even begun. And they're just like acupuncture needles too, because they're really, really like thin needles. They just don't have a handle on one end.
True.
They're sharp on both ends.
I will definitely be looking into cow hair needles as another weapon to wield. I don't know if there's a whole path for cow hair needle, or if would it just be the hidden weapon path?
That's the one.
I have no idea. That's the one. Okay.
Yep.
Um.
Game's too complex for me to make it more complex like that.
Fair enough. I just had an idea, Liron and Savalar.
Yeah.
So, I mentioned the net issue where I could only really create 2, but if I got a really big net and we just cast it out over the field and then lock it, and well, then we could grab basic everything. But it would take quite a bit of time to get it to, well, you throw it out there, however big it is, however strong we need it to be, and then sinks down, pull the net up, and we make sure that it's all at least bagged, is the best way I could put it, of the net. And then locking it, and then we can wait for a while, and we'll deal with whatever everyone that we have probably pissed off by grabbing everything and locking it. And then we, just deal with all those people, unlock the bag, grab our loot, and then technically
Didn't
I would
Yamasta
still have...
say he'd be one of those people that got mad if you got in his way?
Yes, but I think that they're going in a different area. They are entering in their own But also, if I'm the one securing it for my master, I have no qualms to hand them what they are looking for. If I'm getting hundreds of artifacts, or, well, the goal, if I'm getting tens of artifacts, and one of them is the one my master wants, then I feel great about securing it.
Okay.
I would hope that Lorekeeper would know that I would want to hand them that. But what do you guys think? I can only make 2 locks and 2 unlock keys. Would a really, really big net be something that we would want to try and gamble with?
Maybe. Seems like a reasonable enough thing to try, though the fallout of that might not go so well.
Yep, and I wouldn't do it unless you all, or should I go for a medium net and see if we can get a handful of artifacts that we can just lock and worry about after?
Mm. Well, I was thinking perhaps we could, fight people, and if there is somebody who is a bit too much, we net them. I don't think we're trying to get everything out of this place, because that would make us a target.
There's always
Who
the
knows?
option of just waiting for people to come and present their resources to us as well.
What do you mean?
I think it was described as the rats, letting the rats scavenge for what's there, and then you catch the rats and what they have.
That's fair. That would mean so we take the step back, let them do the hard work, watch, manage, observe. And I don't mind that, but then there's probably also going to be someone also wanting what the rats got as well. I think that would be, uh, say we net somebody, we got them, and then somebody else stabs us in the back as we are gathering our loot from netting somebody.
It's a possibility. We just need to make sure that we're, strong enough to not have that be an issue.
Well, I would argue having us be the last thing that is past, but also, like, still hidden from something obviously far too strong for us. Because no matter how strong we are, if somebody has gotten, say you were the rat, you got your piece that you wanted, and you were strong enough to get through every person and you fought in 7 or 8 groups of people wanting your loot, but you're strong and you've succeeded enough, but now you're at the bottom of your ropes, you've spent every resource, and the last guy stabs you and then takes your stuff because you were used all up. And then he gets it. Are we those people?
What, the ones who are the scavengers?
The last man right before you leave the opportunity that stabs you and you've used all your resources getting to just the exit.
Then, well, in that respect, say we succeed there, we might not even get what we're looking for. We got whatever they were looking for.
True, but this would be watching what we wanted so intently, finding what we wanted from the rats, seeing that a rat has it, and then we just follow the object that we want until not so much the exact last moment. I don't want to put it off to the last moment, but to be the last man that they encounter. The last man that's just like, all right, well, nope, I'm taking that from you. And then we walk out the door.
Sure. I think we want to go into the opportunity. We're not going to wait for somebody to come bring their spoils to us. That seems hardly our style.
Mm, yeah, and like this opportunity brings forth a very interesting set of questions of what type of person, what type of people we want to be in handling our enemies. And there might be some people that we find as allies that Chun Po might have to run in and kill somebody else to save somebody that he's just like, no, I think that is something worth keeping alive.
That one. That one thing. That thing that is maybe a guy. That guy. That.
Yeah. That thing gets a thumbs up. But it's just a bunch of different thoughts in my head of how do we want to do this, but um I believe that Chun Po would be more than willing to, well, besides netting and grabbing something, I think that's the smart way to gather our artifacts. While I don't want to run into somebody then netting me, because that's opposite of the goal.
Yep.
Or to not be prey.
Are
Just
there
don't be
bags?
prey.
Oh. We got the artifact. Let's get out. It's just Poe in a bag.
Oh.
He will make an excellent marriage concubine.
Oh,
Joke's on
no.
you, I'm into that shit.
Good. This will be easier for your transition into my court then.
This is why we take demonic. No.
So you can be very passionate about your
Brutally murdering
relationship.
somebody that's trying to force me to become a concubine, yes.
You seem to feel very strongly about this particular subject.
I feel very strongly about every subject. That's why it's demonic.
Exactly.
I hate to ask, but how do you guys want to plan this? Are we netting somebody who has dug through the mud and taking their stuff? Also,
So,
who?
I think it depends mostly on what my discipline master and Dao master actually want from this opportunity. It might be something there that nobody else would come back and grab, for example.
Hmm.
I think we should get our shopping lists and then figure out a strategy to get the things we want.
I think that is a good idea as well. I also have some questions for Lorekeeper. So I would not mind splitting up and getting our lists and then setting out our plan.
Yes.
Well, now then. Is somebody going somewhere? Somebody talking to somebody?
I was gonna go talk to Aethrim.
Cool. In their workshop. Predictably.
Seen this coming. Master,
Hmm?
I've spent the last 4 months teaching myself. Well, I got a head start. The pinnacle art of contact.
Okay. What for?
Well, for a great many things. One, I was thinking that for the most part, most enemies don't really have a defense against nothing. So, if I were to, say, be able to contact them in any given situation, most of the time that ends a fight. But also, in a more practical aspect of not combat, contact can be quite useful for artifice, I figure. Making sure certain things touch and some don't.
Yes. That is actually a lot of what we do. Turns out, if you didn't know already.
But mostly, I came here to talk about the opportunity we're going to. The, guess the name of this river. It's posted here, I assume.
Really?
Yes. The tributary delta in checkpoint 3. My
Good time.
master, I guess, V, said that you'd probably be interested in me collecting objects for you from there.
No. Yes.
As well as I require, well, I guess we require, my group in general, certain forms of protection against misfortune and turtles,
Mm-hmm.
as well as a chronometer. We need to be able to track time, as it seems like it's very likely that there will be things that mess up our perception of time or speed up our relative time in an area.
All right. I mean, these can be done. I just need to know what your priorities are. I'd like to give you better armor, but it takes me years to make sophisticated, multifaceted projections.
Yes, that's understandable. What about a temporary item that would defend against misfortune?
Not saying I can't make you something to protect you from misfortune more long term. I'm merely remarking on what are your priorities of protection.
Ah, yes. Hmm.
Do you want protection against other scavengers? Protection against misfortune, like you've said? Do you want shields from just physical harm? Do you want protections from esoteries? Like, you need power assisted suits so that you can carry more stuff and move quicker?
We've got spatial rings. Is that something that might be an issue?
Yeah. Are any of them nth tier or special?
I'll show him the fractal ring that I have.
That'll be fine. But do
I
your
don't know
friends have
about.
something of that caliber?
I don't know.
I'd probably err on the side of no.
Well,
Those will be important.
yes.
Spatial rings are not built the same. But you have heard this before, most likely, right?
Yes. Seen quite a few varieties as well.
Hmm. Your fractal one will be particularly useful. Primarily in the arena that it can capture things picture perfect. Its flaw is it captures things picture perfect. Which means you can put a problem in a box for later. Problem's still a problem, even if it's kept in that box.
Oh yes.
So as long as you can internalize that, you shouldn't have any problems. Except for the ones you put away for later.
Fair.
So
So I think as far as armor goes, I would definitely prioritize the esoteries,
sure, we can prioritize the esoteries.
like misfortune
get-
and such.
I can
Or is that a different?
I can do that. I can help
All
you
right.
against misfortune. But is misfortune the only thing you're going to be struggling against? If, of course, you struggle at all. That's, of course, with the making assumptions here. You do have
Well-
a fate-focused individual in your party. I'm merely pointing out that perhaps misfortune won't be as bad with them around.
True, but I guess maybe not even armor then. Something that is weaponizing misfortune, which I suppose my friend Law might be already be able to do.
True. You also can weaponize misfortune in your current
Yeah.
state. It's specific to a particular group of people, but you are a big problem.
Yes. And then the chronometers, of course. That is definitely the most important thing. As we wouldn't want to find ourselves spending 18 hours in a place that we only thought we spent an hour and be swallowed by the river.
I mean, I've done this before. This one. You don't need a chronometer. You just need to be aware of your surroundings. You can tell exactly what time it is, no matter where you are on the riverbed, on how high the water is. You can also tell based off of turtle behavior.
Oh? Turtle behavior?
Yeah, turtle behavior. There are certain turtles that migrate here for rest. They're merely getting 24 hours of rest before they have to fight the river again. So
Interesting.
there's a refuge. And when the turtles, as long as you leave them alone, get up to go and move, it might be time to move as well. Or at least be aware that the river might be coming back.
That's good to know.
There are certain turtles that once they've rested enough, it's time to eat. So when the turtles become aggressive and start to hunt anything that moves, you might know that half your time is up because the turtles are hungry and they now have enough rest and energy to indulge in eating cultivators.
Oh.
The chronometer is a trap. Never recommended it. I suppose would have a very mathematical approach. It sounds like, was it V who suggested a chronometer?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, well, they're a robot. They also suffer from their physique. Subjective versus objective time changes. The world around them may change, but they're so reliant on their numericals, their mathematics, that they actually fall prey to things like shifts in time. where their internal clock, the one they
Doesn't match.
swear by, doesn't match. And a lot of the time, they're a little too reliant on those particular aspects of themselves. It's one of their greatest flaws. Don't tell them that because they'll tell me that I'm wrong, and it's merely up to the practitioner. And yes, I guess that's true. But if your master is telling you to get a fucking watch that also has the ability to watch shifts in time, not only is that a very expensive piece of equipment, they are definitely too reliant on their internal clocks and other things. Maybe a little too confident in mathematics itself. Again, don't tell them I said that, but it doesn't make it any less true. A real cultivator, one who's going to make it versus one who doesn't, watches for the subtle and small changes and shifts in the world around them. Path has a lot to say. You just need to know what it's saying and how. It doesn't speak our language, but it's definitely speaking. It's actively yelling at you. It's even screaming at you. The river's changing. Take note. But it's not actually done in words. It's done in the behavior of creatures around you. It's the behavior in the environment itself, and the elements, in the shift in the sun in the sky. You can also, if you're a practitioner in shadows, you guys are dabbling in it, but the shift in the deepening of shadows, or the scarcity of shadows based off of the sun, will tell you, even without looking up or even looking at the river, kind of where you're at. There's so many telltale marks of behavior that'll tell you pretty much almost down to a minute, or at least a range of 5 to 10 minutes of where you're at. Combine it with multitudes of different tells. Say you read 4 different things. You can get down to literally the minute of where you are in this opportunity and how much time you've got left. You know?
Yes.
If you're constantly looking at a watch for your time, you're going to miss it. You're going to be completely lost. You will know what time it is at all. Sure, the river might, or the junk down there might warp time. Sure. And you might be caught in it. That doesn't change the telltale signs within the, let's call it the singularity zone. Time is different in the zone. Time is, I said, just air quotes, normal. Outside it. Well, it also affects the stuff inside the singularity zone, all the different tells. Funny part is, what happens when that singularity zone clashes with outside time? Doesn't mean it's going to speed it up, slow it down. It might do something really wonky. But again, it's objective. I'm not going to do a chronometer because it also robs you of the ability to develop precise awareness,
Sure.
time management, and all that stuff. Because if you're constantly looking at a clock, that also means you're looking at a clock. And there are some people who can take advantage of that momentary distraction and pattern behavior.
Fair enough. That does
Also,
make
if you're
sense
looking
as
at
well.
a clock, I'm going to fuck with your clock.
Also true.
What if I
So
get your clock
then-
to go backwards? Now you think you have more time. And then you go onto the next area and you completely mismanage your hop from zone to zone. Whoops.
Okay, well then, I suppose I'll go speak with Lar to see if they can do something about the misfortune. I'm fairly certain I can, but I feel like I would have to touch it first, which might be an issue the first time it happens. Identify it. I'll see how they have as far as spatial rings go as well, to see if maybe that's something that's a bit more relevant for what we want.
I mean, depending on the spatial ring you have and its capabilities and its grade and all the different things that matter, will determine what you can and can't pull into your spatial ring. And also, you should be always careful. Maybe not for you. You don't have to be that careful, but for people who don't own fractalized spatial rings,
What you put in
maybe
there.
you should always be careful what you put in your spatial ring.
I've already run into some issues with the spatial ring has been damaged already by something I put into it. Though I doubt I'll have something so profound be an issue here. And it still contained it.
Oh, don't sell yourself short. The river keeps a lot of stuff, so there might be some unlucky or lucky profoundness found.
Well, I'm gonna go speak with my other DAO companions a bit further about what they need. And if you want to start making up a list, I'll see what I can get for you.
I have no doubt that you'll succeed. I'm more worried that you'll prioritize my needs over yours.
Oh, you don't need
You
to
should
worry
always
about that.
You should very much prioritize your desires and wants over mine. I've already done this opportunity. This is not a second shot for me. A lot of masters really need to be less greedy and let their disciples have the opportunity for themselves. There is one exception, though, and you'll have to watch out for it. I have no doubt that there will be something there. Especially if there's going to be this the Lofty Sword Pavilion. There is a pavilion of swords that they have called the Pavilion of the Selfless Sword. It's not a bunch of people volunteering for this. It's a bunch of individuals being trained in the sword so that they can spend there would be talent, there would be potential, there would be chance and opportunity for the sect. They're specifically cultivated so that they can waste opportunities that they would never have had in the first place without the sponsorship of others, so that they can reap those opportunities and give them to the sect. Do be careful. Imagine a core disciple will be in charge. Those guys are not to be trifled with.
Well, they're from Zone
3.
2, yes? Zone 3.
Mhm.
Are the zone restrictions lifted during this opportunity?
Mm-mm. Oh, hell no. So I'm saying they're not to be trifled with, but not that you have to avoid them at all costs. Even with the zone restriction, they'll most likely have been here for a couple months, getting used to the restrictions, so they're not unprepared. Just know that there will be people being very belligerent, and there will be a systematic, teamed effort of harvest. There will be an entire pavilion, probably 100 people, going after this stuff.
But only one of them is generally a core disciple, as you say.
Well, in a proper sect, you have outer, inner, and core disciples. Outer disciples are they're useful to the sect, but they're kind of trash. Inner disciples are prospects that you have something about you that is promising, something that could be cultivated. Core disciples are, this is the best of the best. Getting direct teachings, all the best resources, all the best conditions for cultivation. In fact, the outer disciples, even some of the inner disciples, parts of their day are devoted to helping get resources and providing those perfect opportunities and ideal cultivation conditions to the core disciples. Basically, they're the future of the sect. And since this is such an important opportunity, a core disciple will most likely be given tactical command of the Selfless Sword Pavilion to harvest this opportunity as best they can. They do not care what happens to those disciples.
Well, that is useful. Though they are only Zone 3, they're probably pretty unprepared for the reinforcements to suddenly drop as well.
No, reinforcements will stay the same.
No, I mean, say they run into a mathematics user.
Oh, yeah. No one's ready for that. Unless you're one of those weirdos who are like, I'm always ready for mathematics.
I've got everything in my pocket. I'm always prepared. Pull out another reinforcement.
Yeah. So, yeah, they're not going to be ready for that. You do have to make a tough decision, because there may become a time where you actually have an opening to take them out, like permanently take them out. Core disciples are different than the rest. You can kill an inner disciple and an outer disciple, and nothing happens. You kill a core disciple, we got to go to space immediately, because we will be hounded forever until that vengeance is settled. Not only that, the Sword Carnival is in direct contention. Like that's their direct rival. They'll protect you, but you're not a troop member yet.
So they might speed up that track a bit if you kill a core disciple of Sword Pavilion, which is also an issue, as we're planning on leaving.
Depends on how much of a stink they'll make about it, which will be great. Depends on how the Maestro wants to handle it. I mean, if you kill a core disciple, you're worth a lot, but you're also not one of their core disciples. So, to avoid all-out war, which is very costly both sides, they might have to give you up because you're not a core disciple in return. Or even an inner disciple, you're still in prelims. Politics. So, it's to just subdue them. Knock them out. Make it so that, no serious grievous harm came to them. And they're just out of the fight. Can't command the troops.
What if the river kills them and not us?
Somebody else?
What if the river kills them and not us?
You know what? If you die to the river, it was meant to be. That's the rule. Also, if you die to a turtle, it was meant to be. But also, don't mess with the turtles. Or don't mess with the special ones.
Red ones.
Well, the colored ones.
Oh,
They
yes.
could be all sorts of different colors. But the red one's true. But not just the red ones. Could be yellow ones, green ones, bright teal ones. You could get a hypno turtle. Its skin goes brown, brown, brown.
That sounds dangerous for those who are using their eyes.
Yeah. But it's not just the eyes, it's the sound also is hypnotic. The vibration that touches your skin.
Hmm. Well, I'll be back, Aethrim. I am going to go speak with my Dao companions to see if they need any specific armor or anything they feel they're lacking.
Okay, I'm here.
I'll go see what the other two people are doing. They probably are having a conversation with somebody or someone about what they might need.
Chun
Already.
Po is definitely going to Lorekeeper.
Okay.
Alright, you got a Lorekeeper.
Master, I hate to bring this conversation back up because I feel like the last time we talked about this was all the way at Bullet Hell Mountain. You mentioned that your Dao was partially with armor. I can't quite remember the specifics of it.
Well, what do you remember of the specifics? At least the stuff that you do have.
What I do remember is that you said that the way that my brain interpreted it was that you were looking for strong armors that have been forgotten along the path and you collected them. Or you could hold armor within your armor and to gesture to the markings that are all across Lorekeeper's armor.
True, I can. Mostly stories. They collect imprint armor. Usually the armor is spent, broken, rended, reeved, obliterated, fragmented. But it has a story. An imprint item is different than anything else you can find on the path. It has a story to it. And unlike legendary items or mythical items or whatever you want to call them that are still usable, still have their power, they're still renowned, their stories haven't ended. So only when an object is spent, cast aside, considered trash, lost, and not in the legendary story-esque lost to be found again because that's its fate. We're talking like, if you didn't find it
Forgotten.
here, it would have been, it's already forgotten. If you didn't find it right here, right now, this thing goes away forever. That usually lost items have one chance to be found again, but it's still spent. I collect those, and I take those imprints, those stories, that lore, and I give it a home. I wear thousands of stories, and it makes thousands of armors. I don't get the defensive values or the unique protective qualities or features built into those armors. I get what is better. I get its story. I know what broke it. I know how it broke, what it gave out to. I know how it was made, how it was used, what materials, what crafting method. I know the whole story of it front to back, from life to end. It takes a long time to build up something defensively good through just stories alone. Because one story is I broke. I provide no defensive value to you. But then you find a story of I broke and was repaired. I was broken, was repaired. Combine those together. And you keep adding layer and layer and layer. And ta-da, you get one of these. This is a Lorekeeper. More of a full body suit, but I'm a fortress. I had to smell every flower along the way and flip every rock, but I did it.
Master, something I wanted to that I feel like I should mention in regard to my Tao. I feel like you do a better job at what I was wanting to do, but it feels like I'm putting my hands into things and picking things up, and it's changing me. Whereas the example I can use is you did basket weaving, you picked something up, you did it all, and then you found something hidden and worthwhile, and what I would have considered a theoretical waste of time or a hypothetical waste of time, you got something valuable out of it. And
I know the difference here. To cut you off a little bit,
Hmm.
It's time, and you doing underwater basket weaving now is a literal waste of time. The reason I did it is because I've already reached a level of cultivation that's not a waste of time for me. Also, I'm cultivating while I do that. When I was your age and at your cultivation level, I had no armor. I had a book the size of my torso that I could barely carry. I had a special backpack for it because it was almost too hard to carry around. I was a bookish nerd with glasses and fuzzy hair, and I had deep, black marks under my eyes for lack of sleep. I got sick often because of my poor physique and constitution. But then I was focusing on my Tao, my cultivation, my reinforcements, my foundations. I did everything by the book. And then because of my Tao, which is very different than yours, I was able to overcome I get to indulge in the secrets of underwater basket weaving and the stories behind it because that's my Tao. That's my cultivation. And I spent almost 2,000 years in preparation to even get to that stage. You're barely even a decade in. So don't worry all the things I can do. I earned that. Worry about the things you need to do now so that you can indulge later and it not cost you an arm and a leg.
is there the number of questions that my brain gets just from that statement, just from hearing what you said? I have thoughts on your armor as a cascading, not so much failure, but a cascading defense of every possible attack because you have a number of armors that have all of their stories creates a you can't get through this. I have failed, I have been reforged, I have survived strikes, or at least that's what I assume the armor says, is that it survived strikes of magnitude far greater than whatever the attack is, that it doesn't even do anything. That's just a thought, and I'm going to
Didn't
move on from
survive.
that
It
thought
died.
now. Oh, oof, ouch. Anyway, is there any specific artifacts that you would say that I should keep an eye out for in this opportunity?
Don't worry about it. Many Lorekeeper will be with you and they'll point at stuff.
Ah, interesting. Okay.
It's easier that way because there's too many things to give you a list.
That's fair.
And only one as such as I, who is literally their entire Tao, their entire purpose of cultivation and like drive in the world, is stories and lore. I'm only going to be able to point it out when I see it, or detect it, or sense it, or whatever. So that requires me to be on site, and that's what I got Mini Lorekeeper for. So I will be doing what I do, and if anyone wants to come and contest me for it, I will bitch slap them. They will not die. They will be knocked unconscious for 48 hours on the side of the river, like above it, on the riverbank, far enough away the river can't reach out and grab them. But they will miss this opportunity. And I will steal things from kids if I have to. I will rip it from their young little fingers. Because it's mine.
Fair enough.
Now remember, this is also your opportunity. I can touch this opportunity every time it comes up because I'm me. I've earned that right through an opportunity with the river itself.
And that there sounds like a little secret that... How many opportunities did you have to go through to find an opportunity with the river?
Well, you have to at least go into the trap for once.
Mhm.
You have to
I'm
at
worried
least do
about
this
that.
one. Yeah. Let's just say I've had to do some things. And sometimes when you flip over enough rocks, smell enough flowers, some light bulb clicks on. Or you see something under the 10 millionth rock you flipped over. You're like, well, that's interesting. And that leads you down a different rabbit hole, which I, of course, indulge. And one thing led to the next, and I challenged the river. I didn't win, but I didn't lose. Because you don't beat the river. No one beats the river. Maybe except for Riveth. I don't know. I know Riveth didn't lose to the river. And I figured, well, if Riveth doesn't lose, all I need to do is not lose. And that's different from winning, but it's also different from losing.
Master, well, there's a level of everything that it feels like you, Vicarious, I'm not sure if duality has gotten to a level of everything, but you sound like you do everything. You are trying to do everything to get to stories, but that is a conundrum for far, far later. I don't think that I can... What I wanted to ask was, is a rock a chance to find a story?
That's a metaphor.
Okay, so literally a rock. What is a rock?
Yeah, it's a metaphor for me turning rocks that have not been turned over in a long time. Basically looking into things that people would normally never look into. Read the text manual that no one wants to read and read it for every page.
It is a very interesting course of learning to decide to read the manual in seriousness of any object.
Now, my Tao is my Tao. And that's my cultivation. My discipline is archivist. The reason I can do a little bit of everything is because I've read about it. That doesn't mean I can put it into practice, or at least not in a seriously competent manner. But I know what to avoid. I've absorbed some experience, but that doesn't mean I have the prerequisites to do, say, blacksmithing. I know a lot about blacksmithing. In fact, I would consider myself supreme blacksmith in knowledge. Can I do it? No, absolutely not. I'm an amateur at best. I can do amateur level blacksmithing with an expert or even a supreme level of application. That doesn't mean I can use the right tools. Doesn't mean I have the strength or the persistence or the endurance or the focus and the drive, the communion with metals and the fire.
I feel similar to that phrase of I feel like I can know some things, but I
Mhm.
also know I know nothing. And then in practice of the things that I know, I feel inadequate.
That's fine. That is totally fine right now. Have you stepped foot on the mountain yet?
Let's see, I got the black gold. No, I have not stepped on a mountain. I survived space cult, let's see, black gold tier of space things rather than any lightning tribulations, I think.
Okay, so
I think only the first one was silver.
until you have fully and entirely completed your truth crystal, it's okay to feel and be inadequate. Just as long as you are doing certain things at certain times and doing them correctly, such as foundations, such as gathering the resources, the truth, like the crystal lattices and the other crystal fragments. Like, as long as you do the checklist of stuff I give you, you're going to cultivate successfully. It just depends on how well. And all the other stuff, that just comes with time. It's okay to feel inadequate. The moment you reach Truth Crystal formation and succeed, you're not allowed to feel inadequate because fucking almost not everybody gets to that stage. Are you kidding? I'd say 10% of all cultivators actually succeed at that stage, whether it's Golden Core or Truth Crystal. 10%. You can't feel inadequate if you succeed in being the 10%.
Fair.
Now, you can feel inadequate in fields you don't know anything about, but you can't call yourself inadequate at cultivation. And that's supposed to be like, hey, if you make it that far, you did good. It's a future compliment.
Well, what was the object that you decided to pick up from the river the first time you went through this opportunity?
Object is in singular?
I am trying to get better at. Oh, you got more than one. Okay,
I
gotcha.
pillaged the shit out of the riverbed. It's not just go in and get one. It's get as much as you can and not die in the process.
That's kind of what I figured. I had an idea to create a very large net and grab as much as I could, and I figured that would get a target on my back, and then I wasn't quite sure whether or not if I should be grabbing one object, multiple objects, what have you, and if we're grabbing all of them, we're okay. I can do that.
I suppose the greatest prize I pulled from the river when I went was I found imprint items. I discovered stories in spent items, just like I told you about.
Yes,
I
this
also
would have been.
discovered certain items are lucky,
That was
even though they're
something.
spent.
Luck was something that was brought up semi-recently in the four aspects of luck, and
Mhm.
now I'm rambling. Sorry, continue.
No, that's just it. Some items are lucky. Some people are lucky. This is, in the rare case, certain people can manipulate fate, like your friend Lar,
Yes.
and twist the luck around him into fortune. You can cultivate luck, sure, here, but it's a skill and usually connected to the Tao. The only person who's really going to be able to generate any leeway with luck is going to be Lar. Because luck is fickle as shit. And unless it's your Tao, don't play with it. At least in my opinion. Because just because you get luck doesn't mean you're lucky. Luck is two sides of a coin. You can be unlucky and lucky through just luck. Those who manipulate fate are the real bastards. Those guys turn luck into fortune because fate also was used to manipulate it. Your friend can manipulate fortune pretty hard here.
I it is it is good to or it brings me a good feeling to know that you have changed drastically, and that gives me a possibility to also change drastically from what I have built so far. I
Do you think I
fear this
started like this?
Well, probably not, unless you were lucky.
I did have a bit of luck to my name, but here's the thing. My starting physique when I walked on the path was as bad as yours. Different. You had a soul disease. I had a physical one. I was on a clock, just like you were. In fact, if we met in zone 0 at the same time, and you bumped into me too hard, I probably would have died.
Oh dear.
Yeah, that was that bad. Path can turn you into your desire. The problem is, you have to work for it. You have to do the right things at the right time in the right order with the right conviction. And unfortunately, you got to kill a lot of people to do it. I know pacifists, but they don't make it very far. And the pacifists who do usually are beast tamers. And their pets do all the killing for them. Because it's in the name of feeding the pets. Because pets are hungry.
How do you deal with it?
It is
How do
in
you
all of it.
how do you deal with knowing that there's probably somebody mirrored in me that is trying to just survive, and if I cross their path, I will have to kill them?
I can give you the bad answer, but the more truthful answer, or I can give you a nice comforting answer. I can give you both, but which one you want?
I want to know that me doing it, that me slicing somebody down, is the right call, is the right choice, even though it feels like that I am turning into a brutal murderer for my own gains and arguing into psychopathy.
Well, I'm gonna have to give you both then. I'm gonna start you with the rough truth of it. The best thing you could do for somebody is to cut them down as painlessly as possible. If it has to be you or them, pick you. Even if you were smitten, and unless you're bound by blood oath because you owe them a life debt, you really shouldn't be in that situation in the first place. And you also shouldn't be giving blood debt oaths to people. But that tangent aside, the kindest thing you can do is cut them down as painlessly as possible. Because if you don't, they have become a stepping stone for you. And you have taken from them what they need to keep on their path. Only one of you can get that resource. And whoever gets it is to go forward. They get to take one more step on the path. The other person has to stay there. And because you took a step forward, it means you are now within one step of grabbing the next thing. That guy's a step behind. It's out of his reach now. He can't get it. You can. And then you take it. You take another step forward. And everything you take then on, and everyone else who got to take a step forward, are now in arm's reach of things. And everyone who didn't get to take a step forward are now forever out of reach of things that could let them take a step forward. You've killed their future. You've killed their chance to become their desire, their dream. It's over for them. It's done. That is a fate worse than death. That is the worst fate of all. Especially here. Now, the comforting thing. Every single person who is not born on the path chose to step on the path. And even those who are born here must choose to cultivate. To choose to cultivate is to choose to struggle, is to know that you could die at any moment, is to know that your future could end at any time for any reason. There's a reason only the smallest actual countable number of people reach their dreams. And you can count them in less than 24 hours. You can count up to that number. It's not an unfathomable number. The unfathomable number are all the people who failed, whose dreams were cut down, and probably would have preferred the quick and painless way out. You're not a murderer. Not in the way you're thinking. We have all, by stepping on the path, signed a waiver, a societal waiver of expectation with everyone else who have stepped on the path. We're here to achieve our dream. We all have different dreams, and they don't all have to be inconsistent with one another. We don't have to fight over the same dream because everyone's dream is different. But there's one commonality. We all want to cultivate. We all want more power. We all want to grow so that our dreams become more tangible, more within arm's reach. The impossible becomes possible, and then setting new goals as you go. We've all agreed that we will do horrible, evil, terrible things to each other if we get in each other's way. But that's the social contract, the waiver we all signed when we stepped on the path and agreed to cultivate. You are defending what's yours. Every act of killing, so long as it's not indulging in the sensation of killing itself because you can, as long as it's not that, when you kill, it's in an act of self-defense because they're actively trying to kill your dream right in front of you, right in front of your eyes. They want to take the step forward. Don't let them. Defend yourself. Defend your dream. Defend your future. Defend your life. It's self-defense.
I can understand how to defend my life. I do not know this. I'm not sure what somebody taking my future or my dream would look like if it wasn't trying to take my life. I don't know how to see if I need to take a step immediately in that way.
Here's 2 examples. There are 10 seats at an Oppertinunity. Lar and Liron got one each. There is 1 contested seat. If you do not get this seat, you are fucked. Capital, bolded, underlined, italicized. Fucked. You are fighting with one person. They look like a nice fellow. They look like, someone just like you trying to struggle through the world. It's you or them. One of you gets the seat. There are loopholes here. Maybe you kill someone who already has a seat, so you both have a seat. But somebody has to pay with their future. Somebody loses. Doesn't have to be you two, but somebody does. Because there's only one seat. That's killing your future. Because then all you get to do is watch Liron and Lar step forward, and they will do it quickly. And then,
Yes, they will.
before you know it, they'll be out of eye's reach. You can't see them anymore on the path, and you haven't taken a step forward since. Your future's done. Your dream's killed. You will never achieve what you wanted. Another example. You were told verbatim that there is one item, one type of item. If you ever come across it, you're set. This is it. Like, if you find this one item, even if it's in terrible condition, it's an elemental combination that doesn't make sense. It is a material combination that is improbable. It is so rare that without it, you're cooked. Like, you'll get to Golden Core, but you'll never achieve Jade Palace. It's over. And at the river, it's there. Holy shit, it's there. In fact, it's in good condition. The river has tempered it. It's made it better. It's fixed it. You reach for it after putting in a ton of work to move all the crap out of the way to protect yourself. And your hand lands on it the same time someone else's does. And you lock eyes with that person. They're in the same conundrum as you. They need that. You need that. Whoever walks away wins their future. What's the probability of finding that again? 0. That's killing your future. Happens all the time, and it can be literally one thing. See what I mean?
Those moments. Be you for all that you can be.
Mm-hmm. Fight for it. Fight as if your life depends on it, because it does. Your future depends on it. Because to you, and I know you've experienced this, remember what the Marauder did to you?
Yes.
Imagine that for the rest of your life, because you can't get stronger.
I am tired of just surviving.
Right. And imagine that for every person who gets to take a step forward, because you can't take a step forward anymore. People's foot will be on your neck for the rest of your life, because you don't have a way to accumulate significant power anymore. You lost the opportunity. Your future's over. No longer can you fight the Marauder. No longer can you defend yourself in any significant way that matters. That's why getting cut down as quick as painlessly as possible sometimes is a kinder choice.
Was I
Especially-
wrong to choose the drinking blade?
Oh. You're going to have to fight whether you like it or not.
I'm not sure if you said anything in between there. You said oh,
No,
and
no,
then...
no.
Okay, gotcha.
Drinking blade's just fine. There will be so many assholes out there that you will be fed up and tired with, and to exercise and appease your inner Tao because you're about to form a heart demon. That's self-defense. Kill assholes, kill evil to appease that inner Tao. Because if you fall into a heart demon because you didn't take care of that, well, you might have missed an opportunity in the future because you didn't go fast enough. Because you had to take time out of your day. Could have been years to fix that. And through taking care of that heart demon before it forms, you cut down 1,000 assholes. Well, you just cultivated too, didn't you? Your blade drank. You also stole all their special rings and took anything of value. And now you have 1,000 less assholes or evil in the world.
I do wish to a good protagonist demonic swordsman, or good as in good and evil.
Yeah, sure. Let's make you good at the sword too, but it may not be immediate. One thing at a time, but I get your vibe. We can do that. A good aligned demonic swordsman user. What a complexity. How fun.
And a protag, but
And a protagonist, yeah. So try not to dwell too much on what I can do or what your allies can do, other than you know that they're capable of protecting themselves or capable of achieving their dreams. But not about what you can do in comparison to them. Focus on you. Be selfish, unfortunately. You have to be. If you come across resources that literally have zero fucking value to you but are meant to the world to your allies, trade. They probably have come across shit like that too. It's like, oh, I mean, Poe would really like this. Should I gift it to him? And you guys go to gift each other cool resources. So that's why DAO companions are important. Because if you walk the path alone, it's really fucking hard. I used to have DAO companions. Fortunately for me, one no longer is able to take a step forward. The other, at least he got the quick way out. My team, I'm last man standing. I've hit a wall. Because I don't have allies anymore. DAO companions. So I have to turn to teaching. I have to give so I can progress. And that's selfish too, but
last thing the last thing is truly fear. And that is hampering me. I fear the Marauder. I created a perfect shell, and I survived. But I
Yeah.
hate the flincing tree for ridiculing me. I hate the fucking Marauder for being semi-right that I can't do anything. And I
Well.
fear this opportunity because I fear that my blade will not be enough.
Then don't rely on your blade. Let's go in reverse order. You have far more in the myth in ways of tools and assets than just your sword. This may be a opportunity sponsored by the Sword Carnival, or at least sponsoring for you. This opportunity is not just for the Sword Carnival, and not just for the Lofty Sword Pavilion. There are going to be a lot of people here. Make friends, make enemies. Fuck it. Fear is a useful tool, but it shouldn't control you. You probably heard this before. Fear lets you ride the razor's edge, the live wire. You're going to need it. If you walk in without fear, don't walk in at all. Because if you listen to that live wire and watch the balance on that razor's edge, you're going to be hyper aware of all the things that could go wrong and are going wrong. Or maybe you lock in on something and you're like, did I just see that glimmer? And you surreptitiously uncover it. Oh, surprise. Sovereign grade material, lost time and ages, and you just pocketed it. No one saw it. What? You couldn't do that without fear. Constantly head on a swivel, looking at your surroundings. Fear is okay. But fear, like poison, about dosage. How much can you handle? How much is good? How much is a medicine until it's a poison? That's what I'm trying to say. Fear is just like any medicine or poison. Both are good, both are bad.
I'm ready then.
Yeah. You can also help stabilize yourself. If you practice a little bit before you go, I have a couple things that'll introduce fear to you. I have a couple things in my collection that will introduce you to dread and despair. Because that's what they emit. You can practice treating it like a poison and maybe not getting rid of it, maybe not gaining power from it, but at least rebalancing yourself on the razor's edge of it being useful versus a detriment. We can practice this stuff.
Okay.
That way, if someone comes by and you're like, oh fuck, you can stay perfectly balanced, ready for anything. And if when and if they do that thing you were fearing, you were ready for it. You saw it coming, you didn't panic. And he pays the bill on that, not you. As for the Marauder, shift them in your mind to a lesson, an encapsulation. There are 1,000 Marauders on the path, in every one of the 5 paths. That is a Marauder light, in my opinion. I've seen tyrants. You wouldn't have lived if you were in front of a proper Marauder. They don't even bother at this stage in cultivation to having people around. They want your shit. They don't need to wait to take it. They wouldn't spare people so that potentially you might be a good competitor later. No, their goal is to cut down everyone in their path, take their shit, and grab at the ankles of people above them and hamstring them, pull them down to their level, and drive a sword through their gut. And watch the light die out of their eyes. So, the Marauder you came across, use that as a lesson. There's a bunch of people like that. Sure, you'll want vengeance. Good. But know they come in many different shapes and forms. And it's not just that one out there. If you come across that one and you want to fight them, do it. If you want to treat them as a neutral party that gave you a really harsh lesson that opened up your eyes to what's to come on the path, fine. But don't let them be what holds you back from your future. You lived. Did they take anything from you other than your dignity and put a little fear in your chest? Harsh. That's rough. Really fucking sucks. But did you lose anything that mattered? That stopped you from achieving your dream? No. They fucked up. That's why they're Marauder Light. They didn't touch your ankles. So that even if you could take a step forward, you can't. They didn't take anything that mattered other than a little bit of pride, a little bit of ego. And even then, joke's on them. They might be at the opportunity. They might not. Even if they are, fight them, leave them alone, set up a trap for them, have them suffer from misfortune.
Ready ahead then? Or, well, I can keep walking. I can keep going up the steps.
Right. Which means things will always be in your reach so long as you can keep moving forward. And they did not take that from you. So, keep walking.
Thank you, Master. I will.
If you ever have fear that you're doing the wrong thing, going back to the first point, ask me. That's what I'm here for. I'm here to make sure that you stay on the path that is best for you. And to make sure that you don't miss any of the important steps along the way.
Out of character, I have to be really, really, really bad.
Good.
Savala.
All right, Mr. Lar. What's the plan?
What's the plan, indeed? I mean, like, we could just do a few runs and get some armor. That'd be cool. We already have Fate taken care of.
We have pretty dang good armor, I realize.
You got some
Even
decent
better.
stuff for Bullet Hell Mountain, but that's
No, we have way better armor than Bullet Hell Mountain now.
Hmm.
We have the Tier 10 Conflux ship armor.
I forgot about that. Oh fuck, that's some good shit.
That's why I was just like, we could go get some more and add on to that.
We could do a run before the start of this and have way
Yeah.
better armor.
Because we have eyes now that we can actually do an assess for.
I actually think we might be ahead of the curve as far as armor goes. I don't think the DM was considering that.
I was not. No, I forgot about that.
That's okay. It's good to have things like reduce devastating or reduce, felling or stuff like that. So those are always important to think about.
You have a tough choice. Like, yes, you get to go. You got to bring all your assets with you. Your masters will do what they do in the background.
Yeah.
But at the same time, do you do the run, or do you focus on swordsmanship or other things?
Yeah, no, it's important. I still think it'd be fun to do a run, though. I haven't done one in so long.
I see where your motivations are.
Pun
frick.
intended.
Oh, frig.
Yeah. Also, I should give motivational speeches. I
Yeah.
feel I'd be pretty good on that one. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. You put William to put him on the right path.
Playing them. That's what masters are for.
So yeah, the only thing I could think of too is just like, Williams getting us some one-time use things. I think those are important to have. One of the other reasons I thought runs would be good to get us some moon juices, so we have lots of fate manipulation available during the opportunity because we won't be able to regen.
Oh
and
yeah,
we have-
moon juice.
Yeah, so that's always another reason why it might be good to do a run to get some upgraded stuff for that. And what else?
I have returned. Sorry about that. I both was having such a great conversation and also just like, oh, I need to deal with this.
Gotta go where you gotta go. Nothing's just the way she be.
Let's see. Is there a way that we can do a run and I create the nets? I can only do 2 and I can only create 2 unlocks. Or I could just create 4 individual locking nets and it's specifically for people and we just leave it in the river. But that's literally just straight murder in my eyes of like, nope, I am just making sure you don't get it.
Well, I think you should definitely do that. Like, I could just go on something with Liron and me, and we could just have cardboard cutout in the background. Like, it's not the end of the world.
I got you. As a party, out of character, do we want to try and see what happens if I make a really big net?
Like, are you thinking about having a net like before the water goes down, kind of thing, or?
So I'd be the rat. I'd be the scurrying rat. I throw the net out into just as big a pile of mud as I can and have like hopefully something seeping anchors into the mud, and then I pull out as much as I can, create like the bag of the net and like wrap it around. And then once I get to a point that I'm just like, that's fine. It's now in a bag, and I don't care what happens to it. I either lock it because I'm guessing I've scraped up a lot of artifacts, a lot of junk, a lot of trash. But if somebody's saying, "Hey, that's my trash," even if they don't know what it is yet, they're just like, "Yo, whoa, you took everything." And then I just lock it, and then I say, "Okay, this is mine now, and anybody that wants to fight me for it, I'm willing to fight you for it." And then I either die or I drag that bag that I unlock the bag and I drag it out. But that was just, what I had in mind. In my brain, the logic part of me said, this gets me everything that I can get and gets me all the killing that I need to get for my swordsmanship. And this isn't exactly me not proving myself. Like, no, I did it, and now it's mine. Do not get in my way, or... But that was a bit of a darker logic than, oh, well, I'm taking everything from everyone with this, and I wasn't exactly mentally comfortable with that idea. But talking to Lorekeeper, well, now I don't feel as bad about it, but it is a very, very big move to make, and there is a certain level of nut up or shut up with it that that is the fear. I don't feel comfortable that I can truly take on everyone. But that's how I would say that's how I would get to taking on everyone. So I know how to. Not know how to. I know
There's
how to
also
piss
the
everybody
approach of
off.
pick your fights.
Yes.
Because if you fight everyone all at once, that doesn't go well. But if you fight everyone one at a time, that's a lot better.
Also,
Yeah.
direct the flow of the people. Like, hey, we want them to go fight each other, reduce their combat potential, and then take them out after that, right? There's always
Yeah. Lar uses his fortune or direction of misfortune so that, particular exchange, one guy ends up bumping up against a trash pile. It triggers horrible, terrible things inside. Another guy bumps up against another trash pile, and a colored turtle bites his ankle. And of course, Lar lands on a very rough pile filled with a bunch of spikes. Well, his armor takes it all, but nothing happened. He could have gotten tetanus. Flow direction and management of how
Do we want
the
to...
story plays.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Remember how we all took out that colony, the ant colony, with our combined efforts, and it was a catastrophic, well, success for our end, but
yeah.
to,
What about it?
do you think that we could create a combat form that looks like that?
Well, once upon a
Combat
time, I had
formation.
I had an idea about this, but we went down a different path, I guess.
Well,
But it's always nice to have different forms, like, you know what I mean? But just, I think we need to remember like what we're good at, and then utilize that to our advantage. Like, what specialty do we bring to the table? What part of the group we can fight with, and kind of go from there.
I agree. I'm not sure how that also couldn't be a form in us doing that, though. Like a way of us moving through the world in combat that shatters everything around us.
Why don't you talk to your
And
masters? See if you can come up with something.
You bring our masters all together, group huddle.
please, yes. We can all meet on the moon.
Alright. After explaining to them about combat formation, they're gonna huddle for about an hour, and then V is going to be the one to approach you. All three of you will have to learn it. I don't know if you'll have enough time, and if one of you fails to learn it, the other two will have wasted their time. At least for this opportunity. But if you can learn it in time, we have developed at least a first iteration of a Tri-Nary Point Combat Formation. What say you?
Sounds excellent.
I
Right.
love threes. Let's do it.
You do know the
Try.
significance of 3 in the Solocon. Yes?
Well, I know, understand that's. Actually, no. I'm not. I'm not going to use my meta knowledge there. No, I don't really. I don't think I do.
The Solocon 3, the unluckiest number. It's strange. 3 is misfortune and tragedy for all that aren't 3. That's why the 3 who sit upon the throne remain untouched and unaffected by the misfortune and tragedy and doom. Because it only applies to those around them. We'll be using this aspect through you, Lar. You will be the conduit.
Sounds
If you
good.
can't handle it, you will burn.
Well, I do love to burn.
Not in a good way.
I understand. I just, All right, I'm down for this.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
I
2-week
choose to
montage.
walk this. Out of character, Matt, that sounded like something that requires a lot of prep, and I don't know if uh I don't know. Do you know what steps we need to take next?
I do, yes. I'm going to give you
Okay.
a block of what you each need to achieve.
Okay.
And each of you needs to look very critically at this. Because if even one of you fails this, you cannot get the formation benefits.
Well, I think we all have access to form. Could we also spend like some merit to create a formation from form? Like just to get it like a little easier to do too.
We'll see what works after I deliver what's going to go on the screen.
Okay.
Where's my? Oh, there it is.
I was trying to think of a good form for myself. I was like, maybe she was stance, or is it going to be more wing based?
I have 94 merit unspent at this time.
Look at you go.
I have 7
I-
merit unspent, but I have a bunch of my adapts. 15 in each.
do.
I would like to volunteer for the Gate of Doom.
Sounds a whole lot like something that you would be good for.
Yeah. Part of me was just like Doom, and I thought Savalar Failures Dao, but
You could also do that.
I think that is. Well, I'll just wait.
All right, so I had a brain fart. Help me here. I said three things. There's
Yeah.
misfortune, doom, and a third thing.
Chaos?
Oh, yes. Are you talking about the original three we had? Because like if we look at our that goes to the orrery.
No, I
No.
was just talking upon it. It was the three things you're trying to protect against. Misfortune being one of them, doom being the other one, and I said this one multiple times just recently even, and my brain went, nah, you don't remember. Fuck you.
Hmm.
Probability?
Nah, misfortune.
Luck?
Remember, that's misfortune.
Misfortune? Yeah. Oh fuck. We had
Yeah.
like 20 minutes. There was 10 minutes of silence, and then my brain said, "Well, we forgot."
Telling you, man.
If you
Said
want,
it.
I can go back later. Just
What's OBS? What does OBS come to say? Let's rewind 10 minutes.
Something like that.
3 was an unlucky number, something of 3,
Mhm.
but not.
Yep. It's part of the misfortune element. It also brings doom to those around them. And I said one other thing. Oh my god, my brain. Why are you doing this to me? I even am drinking tea with a rhyme and a pun.
Preparedness. Okay, so like mathematics.
No.
Folly, maybe. Hmm.
something alignment based, maybe.
Walking the edge. Fear.
Fear,
I
that's
feel
a
like
byproduct.
doom is, doom and fear is more in there.
Yep. I goofed myself. Whoops.
Misfortune. Chaos
We'll
goes into doom.
we'll hit the tapes on the back end, but
Yeah, that's fine.
each of them requires a catalyst. Each 3 catalysts, and each of them requires 30,000 progress. Each one is kind of tailored to each what you guys are
Yeah.
more designed for. The first gate is definitely for Chun Po. Second gate is
Yeah.
definitely for Lar, and the third gate will be for Liron. I just am blanking on it.
It's nothing. I knew it.
Oh my gosh, I did it on my own without even realizing it's nothing. Ah!
Well, you can't remember it.
Yeah, no.
Balance, but anyways,
Balance isn't
cliff
something that
notes.
is necessarily bad, or is generally bad.
I have a question. Chun Po. I have a question. As Chun Po, I have a question for the masters.
It might have been disharmony. Yeah, go for it.
Do we only need one to be able to bring forth one of the method that collects and brings forth a, for me, foulness, sickness, vileness, or blight?
You only
I
need to do
have
one.
poison, only one. Okay, then I will utilize poison as that. And cool, yeah.
Yeah, you have a lot of options. That's the thing. You can also bring about your soul sickness.
I was also I'm very tempted to bring that out.
Problem is, you have to exacerbate it. They recommend just using a really bad poison that would potentially affect your allies, but the gate 2 will be responsible for making sure that anything you bring to the table does not affect the 3. So it's like the hardest position.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's the aspect of balancing luck
Yeah.
and Gotcha. Do I not have a responsibility to also provide a balance to my own doom that I am creating?
No.
No. Okay.
Just depends on how much of a burden you want to put on the holder of gate 2.
Ideally, well, okay. So he and I balance each other? and then 3 does.
Well, most of the work is put on gate 2. Gate 1 and 3 are the bearers of terrible energies, but they're also conduits for hardship. So if gate 2 has to pay a price, he can force one of you two to take the price instead. He still has to handle the complexity of 3 gates. So in this case, you build up a bunch of doom. Liron builds up a bunch of disharmony, or whatever one, I forget it is. And then he builds up a bunch of misfortune. Well, the burden of putting those 3 together is 300 fatigue in this example. Well, he has to take 300 fatigue. Or in this case, gate 3, Liron's taking 300 fatigue. Enjoy.
Neato.
You guys will be sharing the consequences based off of gate 2's direction. And unfortunately, gate 2 is in complete control of the array. That also means all of the burden of manifesting this array is on them. Because if they can't handle the consequences, and not just the payment, of what you're throwing his way, he might misjuggle some of the doom you sent his way. Now he's poisoned. Now maybe gate 3 is also poisoned. So you guys will, if you guys succeed, we'll need to practice a little bit to see what's bearable, what's a go time, and what's like just run it passively. Just generate a little bit until we're pushed into, problems. And then like what's running at 110%. Like we can only do this for a couple turns, but fuck everyone.
Find our maximums, our recommended minimums, and okay. Find our scale.
Indeed. Unfortunately, it looks like preparation time will have to go another session. That's fine. That way we can get into the nuanced details. We can get this array up and running, or this formation. And we can do a little bit more on the focus of individual opportunity details, approach, and so on.
Two weeks.
Yep.
And 30,000 progress.
30,000 progress at 25% less, right, Matt?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Whenever I list it, it's always before any
Base.
percentile decrease. It
Yeah.
is the base.
Okay.
It's the catalysts that will be a little on the rough side. Because you need one for every 10,000. You can get up to the first 10,000, but you need a catalyst to get to 10,001. Each one of these will be specific to the gate you are practicing.
Is this
One
a
catalyst.
research or a training?
It might be different depending on who's doing what. Because the first gate, or first catalyst, is about gates, which will be an operate. Because you're going to be taught a lesson, like an actual like sit down, come to class type of lesson about gates informations, because that is actually a thing that you'll have to know.
Okay.
Then the second one will be about, it will be actual training, and then the third one will be research. So
So it's almost like 10,000 in between the class, learning, training, and research.
Mhm.
Okay. How specific do we want the next 2 weeks to go? Because are we wanting the gates completed before the next 2 weeks? Is that the step?
Yeah, we wanted
Yeah.
for the current
So
event.
there you are.
I think Chun Po can get away with Chu using his spirit bone here, since it's going to be poison related.
Likely.
Yes, I would hope. I believe so. You're talking about my percentage reduction?
Mm-hmm. I
Okay.
have operate shared, so that should be able to get that part of your progress upped for sure. And if you need to, I can spend a little bit of merit getting it up.
So did we say it was 25? Or wait, no, there's a different thing that provides 25%, isn't there?
Intelligence reinforcement.
Yeah. Okay. So do I get 35% reduction if I have 10% from my spirit bone?
I think they're additive, yeah.
Okay. Calculate. 30,000 times 0.65. 19,500. Okay. I'm going to copy and paste this into my own thing and mark the changes, and I will repaste it after we get gate 3 up. Matt, I got a question.
Yeah.
Do you want it separated into 10,000 per... Well, okay, this greatly changes things. Do you want it separated into 10,000, 10,000, 10,000 in between the learning, training, and research aspects of this?
Yeah.
Okay. Then I will separate that into the 10,000s. Can I change the number to 10,000 or I can only reduce the research, right? For
Oh, Matt, I thought it was 30,000 for each one of us to provide. So it's only 10,000 per gate.
10,000 in between the teaching, like
Catalyst.
city. Yeah.
It's the catalyst. So it's a 30,000, but progress
Total.
stops at each 10.
Okay. Yeah. Gotcha.
Any
Okay.
overflow still counts.
Mhm.
It's just you can't complete the progress bar without the 3 catalysts.
Now are we creating those catalysts in doing this? Like, is it a gate catalyst? Or is it for me, a poison catalyst? Because I have poison catalysts right now.
No, it needs to be a gate catalyst for the first one.
Okay.
The research one could be a poison, but you don't want to spend your catalysts for other things that you've earned for this stuff.
Okay. I wasn't quite sure. And okay, so it's a gate catalyst. Gotcha.
Technically, on the 3rd catalyst, you could substitute in a poison one because that's the doom you're cultivating in researching.
Gotcha.
Technically.
Okay. Chun Po has a new goal. A much more immediate goal. Since I'm learning about gates and the only thing would you say that I only get the 35% at the 3rd gate, the 35% reduction at the 3rd gate? Rather than the 25% reduction for my reinforcement?
Well, yeah, I mean, anything you guys got from reinforcements apply to any of this stuff. So
Yes, I'm talking about applying my spirit bone because my spirit bone is poison. But if the only
your
one that I
research, yeah.
can, okay, so for the third gate though, or the third part,
Yeah, the third catalyst.
okay,
Remember, it's just one progress bar. So when developing your catalyst, unfortunately, this would be the intelligence reinforcement, and if you had formation specialty, that would apply because this is a formation progress bar. So unfortunately, even if you divide it up into 3 portions of 10,000, your reduction in poison development does not apply to the progress bar, but it will help you develop the third catalyst.
okay, so it's only 25% then for the entire thing. Unless it's not.
Eh?
Uh, the reasoning that I have for why I'm trying to say it this way. If the third gate is just gate and just like this, and now you insert poison into the gate here, that's more of like, okay, using poison catalysts or having the spirit bone aspect is you create your doom. So in creating your doom, you're doing that would be a reduced thing, but this is all gates. This is how
Yeah, it's
gates
gates
work.
informations.
So okay, so
The
that's
doom
25%.
you are inserting is a poison, but the doom can also be a number of any other things, as shown by the depiction.
Gotcha. $22,500. Okay. For gates. Alrighty. But we're calling it here for this session. Or
I mean, we still got 20 minutes left.
okay.
Liron, can I have a narrative point for progress? I wanted to do the Path of the Sword stuff for my previous thing, but I didn't ask you yet for one.
Sure.
Nice.
I gave you one earlier.
Yeah, it was
I
just a
guess it's
different scene. Yeah.
Sure. Give you an anti point. Take away your progress.
And then I think we're going to be all together maybe for this next one, so it shouldn't really matter for using narrative on that side, but
Yep.
my puppy's looking at me. She's just sitting, just like, I don't know. It's like,
Are
30
all
feet
of our
away.
masters teaching us in like one classroom about gates? Or is it separated?
Let's think of it this way.
Hmm.
Technically, it's 3 groupings of 10, but it's really one progress bar. They're not separate, and the catalysts aren't individually tied to each 10,000 in that they're their own theme or category. The progress bar is the progress bar, and it has to do with specifically formation arts. It has nothing to do with any other DAO or any other progress type. It is a formation art, even if you chunk it into 3 different 10,000s. Each catalyst is a little different in which you need to learn the formation, because formation arts actually need, in this particular case, not just formation catalysts. It needs a little bit of everything to make the formation work, which in this case is Doom for Chun Po, training for Chun Po in formation arts, and learning gates.
Okay.
So a big part of this is pretty much array formation, right? Because that's pretty much what we're making here. So array knowledge would be very handy.
Let's look that up real quick. Get a good reference.
There's different kinds of arrays. This one just is a formation. There are
Okay.
arrays in Artifice as well, which are different.
Hmm.
And perhaps arrays when doing alchemy. Imagine.
Sorry, I had a minor spill. I had to wash my hands afterwards too.
No, it's all
Right.
good.
So
Oh, Matt, is this based off of arrays or just something else entirely?
this is formations.
Formations. Okay.
So formations are also a combination of a little bit of other disciplines.
Mhm.
So arrays are a sorcery and a magic, but formations also are basically a celestial arrangement, a pattern of something.
Right.
They're usually inextricably tied to one another. But where formations really shine outside of arrays is the formation of people, tactics, squadron
Yeah.
movement.
And
So you need to learn basically, got to go to class to learn about formations, which is operate. You got to learn about arrays in training.
Yep.
And then you got to research your particular catalyst, which is your responsibility, which is why it's 3 different things. Overall, the progress bar is formation/array related. So if you have discipline, specialties, and or progress bar reduction or specialties in formations and or arrays, well, you can affect the progress bar again. But it unfortunately does not have to do with
Poisons.
poisons,
Hmm.
fate, or
Yep.
resonance.
Is resonance the third gate?
No.
No. Damn. Sorry.
We'll figure it out.
I think I may have said disharmony, but I'm going to check the tapes. And then I can write out the third one.
Yeah.
It mirrors
Gotcha.
the first gate in wordage, with its own,
Right.
unique
Yeah.
flavor.
Yeah.
So,
Understood.
yeah.
Maybe
If
it's
it-
more of a metaphysical aspect instead of the physical, because that's what kind of the gate of doom is a physical.
My mind is creating some weird air glider to where like the gate 2 is pointed up and forward, and then gates 1 and 3 are pointed down, and like basically like a jet fighter. We're expelling doom, but it's propelling us forward.
Equilateral triangle.
Yes.
Or at least that's the shape. You guys don't have to stay in a perfect equilateral triangle, just you have to stay in a triangle formation.
Hmm.
Which could get a little goofy, but overall, be manageable. Ugh.
With what we have, and let's see, the reduction turning to 22,500. This one.
Let me park it here, and we'll continue on because it looks like we got it petered out,
Sounds
and we
good.
have we have what we need.
Yes. Well, I don't. Third one is
Yeah.
nothing.
Exactly. Yeah, that's right on target. Nothing.
All right, so you guys are doing all this complicated stuff. What do I do in this formation? That's the neat part.
You
Stand
have
there
to
and look pretty.
actively do nothing.
No, that's not
Wait.
As
fair.
hard as you
I
can.
can't actively do nothing.
Yep. Do it.
Doing something then. That's the hard part.
Okay. So, Matt, clarification. I am going to work on Path of the Sword from the previous stuff. I'm just going to do the rolls for that.
Sure.
Yeah, but
2
it's not
months
affecting.
yeah, your catch up.
Yeah, but it's not affecting the formation stuff. I have that already blocked in. Also, I have Operation for Montage Hero guys for shared. So that comes into play with that. So you do have a progress multiplier there.
It's only a ×2, right?
Yeah, it's just baseline, but I could throw some merit in it if we need it.
We need it. Yeah.
Research is ×5 as for my montage hero for everybody. ×5 progress per roll. And success. Whenever we get there, I guess. Is it, well, let's see. To try and maximize, well, we're ending session. Never mind. I'm sorry.
It's all good. Okay, I'll stop the recording here. Time
Alright.
to give Luna a walk.